This is White Creole Conversations, conversations about whiteness in the Caribbean in a new context. I'm Annalie Davis, and I'm here today with Deborah Hughes. So, Deborah, give me a little bit of an idea about how you classify yourself, or you were beginning to talk about what your background is like.
I think straight off the bat, if somebody asked me, I would probably say I'm a white Barbadian. Mm-hmm. It's difficult to, however liberal your views are, to divorce yourself from a racial definition in a society that for 300 years has defined itself by race. It would be like asking a black man if he considered himself to be black. Mm-hmm. So I would say I'm a white Barbadian. But that does not, I don't think it controls or colors my life. I have a perhaps slightly different background from most white Barbadians, certainly of my age. My father is from an old white Barbadian planter family. He married, my mother is, I would say, probably lower middle class, what would be considered white. Mm-hmm. But she herself is of unusual racial origins because her mother is Guyanese Amerindian and probably black and Dutch father. So I think they struggled all their lives because they look very different to mm-hmm. their peers. Some are very olive skinned, some mm-hmm. are much fairer. They struggled all their lives, and I suppose the lower down the social order you are, the harder it becomes.
Right.
With, I think, a question of their own identity. Mm-hmm. My father, on the other hand, and totally liberal. I have never heard my grandmother, his mother, or my great aunts, I have never heard them speak of race, ever. In all my years growing up. Wow. They never used any racial epithet, mm-hmm. But they came from a very strictly social, ordered society mm-hmm. where I suppose everyone knew their place.
Right.
So there was no need, perhaps in mm-hmm. their daily lives mm-hmm. to talk about that. It's lower down the order that you have that
right.
problem, as it were.
Right.
And they were very Victorian, brought up. They're of that age. They were born in the 1800s.
Right.
So that really is probably my greatest influence
right.
in life.
Right.
That Victorian outlook.
Right. Right.
So you sort of couple that with my father's then more liberal view. Mm-hmm. He went to university in Canada and so on. And when my parents were divorced, he married a black woman. So here was I at about age 9 or 8, 9, 10 kind of thing. Not only are my parents divorced, which in the 1960s was highly unusual in Barbados, mm-hmm. but then my father marries a black woman.
Right.
That sort of put me in a little universe all of my own. Mm-hmm. Because naturally, you know, sometimes my stepmother would come and pick me up at school. And like you could see all these wheels turning both on the white and the black end of the spectrum. Like, who is this woman? And, you know, right. and she had a little sports car too. So like we couldn't exactly kind of fade into the background. So I come to the whole question of race from a different perspective. Right. Where you have to notice it, but I tend to judge people from what they are. You obviously you have the first thing you see is somebody's race. Mm-hmm. I don't care if you're Chinese, Indian, you have to see it. Mm-hmm. Once you're not blind. Mm-hmm. And there have been occasions obviously in my life where you have a preconceived idea.
Right.
Because of the way somebody looks. whether they're clean, dirty, got long hair, locks, black,
Right.
white.
Yeah.
Everybody has a preconceived idea.
Right. Right.
But I try not to. That doesn't seem to enter my everyday consciousness of
Right.
how I react with
Right.
people.
Right. Okay. Wow. Okay. So then, once that transition happened and your father married a black woman, were there conversations around race growing up in that context? Was that ever something that was discussed, or were your understandings about race just implicit, like they were just implied?
I think he might have spoken to us, but I don't remember now anything that would have stood out.
Right. Okay.
My mother was, not only did she have the whole thing of someone who she was married to marrying again,
Right.
but then the fact that he married a black woman, she was really pissed off.
Right. Yeah.
As you can imagine,
Yes.
for somebody of her age
Of
and from
course.
her social
Right.
background.
Right.
She has since overcome
Right.
because a lot of that, because now she and my stepmother now I wouldn't say that they don't go to each other's houses every week, but they're friends.
Wow. Okay.
You know.
Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about what makes you feel that you belong to Barbadian society? Like, I'm curious if some people speak about belonging in racial terms or national terms. What makes you feel connected to Barbadian society?
I don't know that that's an easy question to answer, because I know that I'm connected. I feel connected.
Mm-hmm.
For me to specifically say the things that influence those feelings, apart from your just living or your memories,
Mm-hmm. Or is there something that makes you feel specifically Barbadian, an activity, or, I guess I'm trying to figure out, how do we belong to a place? What makes us belong to a place?
I think for me it would be probably my growing up. I grew up at a time where, over independence,
Right.
where nationalism was high on the agenda, and where it was important to be a Barbadian.
Right.
And I think that probably is where my grounding is, where my roots would be.
So you
in
remember
that whole
that
independence experience, of
right.
course, yes.
Yes.
Definitely.
Okay.
I could remember going to the garrison on Independence Night.
Really?
And it being lots of rain and sitting on my dad's shoulders and watching I didn't fully understand, the whole event or
Right.
the importance of it.
Right.
But I remember being there.
Yeah.
So that would have then subsequently colored later things as I grew up.
And that was a positive thing, becoming independent.
For
and
me,
being a part
yeah.
of that.
Well, in our household, I would say yes.
Yes. Right. Okay.
I suppose that I used to hear on the periphery, I think, you used to hear about white Barbadians, mainly probably of a certain social class, who were leaving by the late 60s, early 70s. But that certainly would never have entered into the discussion in our
your
household.
family. Right. And are there experiences where you feel that maybe you don't belong?
No.
Is that ever okay?
No, I don't. I wouldn't succumb to them.
Right.
I wouldn't allow anybody else to make me feel that way.
Right.
Put it that way.
Okay. So one of the things we've been talking a little bit about is privilege, and I think whether or not white Barbadians reflect on or are aware of how privilege might operate because of race. Can you talk about privilege? Have you experienced privilege? Are you conscious of being privileged as a white Barbadian?
I would say yes. Even in very simple ways. You walk into a rum shop to buy a drink, and there are people ahead of you and the shopkeeper will say, "We'll serve you first. You come to buy a Coke or something," and they'll jump ahead of everybody else. They put you on the top of the queue. That's a very small example,
Right.
but it exists like that.
Right.
And of course, you can take that all the way up to business arrangements. And although in those cases, I think sometimes now that's more also a result of networking.
Right.
And the old boys club and who knows who. And,
right.
And even within that, there's probably been a huge shift, because obviously the people of wealth today are not the same people of wealth of yesteryear.
Right. So you
even if they're all still white,
right.
or appear to be white.
Right. Okay. Yes. And can you speak about like a different experience where maybe because of being read as white, you were possibly denied or ostracized in any way in work or social circles?
Probably not officially. Obviously, people have their own preconceived ideas of what you are as a white person. I actually remember once someone asking me, a young lady that I employed on a sort of a casual basis to hand out flyers and so on. She said to me, "Are you white or black?" I said, "Why is it important?" She says, "Well, this person who knew us both says that you're white, but I think you're black." Probably, you get racial epithets hurled at you because you're white or whatever, but you stand up. I stand my ground, and then people quietly or quickly realize, well, But I can't say that it's impacted significantly on anything I wanted to achieve, or my comfort in the Barbadian space, anywhere I would go. None of those things, but I might be unusual because my family has a very, I don't know how to put it. I think, well, certainly all of the children of my generation were always taught to be strong.
Right.
Mentally and physically strong, and never let people take advantage of you.
Right. Right.
So that sort of transcended all the things that we tend to do. So they're never going to back down from a situation where they feel threatened, whether it's racially or if you think somebody's going to snatch your bag, or they're going to stand up. Boys and girls, and probably girls more than boys. So it doesn't bother me.
So you've also then experienced white as being variable, because if she's reading you as black, when you travel, are you read differently than you are in Barbados? Or that's not something you think of?
I think when I travel, I would be probably regarded as white.
Okay.
Except maybe in England.
Okay.
They may, but they have a totally different social.
Right. Right. Yeah.
You're considered, not that you're not considered white, you're considered foreign.
Right. Okay. Can you talk about...
And now that you speak of travel, I just want to give you one other experience. I once went to India, and I was totally uncomfortable.
Why?
Because I couldn't read Indian people. I had not been exposed to a mass of Indians as a race. If you had put me in Africa, I think I would have been more comfortable. As strange as that sounds. I could not read the people. I felt totally uncomfortable racially.
Right. So it
was a very strange experience.
Yeah.
That's what I put it down to. I can't really explain.
Because normally you can enter a space and you're comfortable because you understand certain dynamics, but you couldn't read it there.
Couldn't read it in India.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe because among their own people, they have so many divisions.
Right.
Because I've been in Hong Kong, I didn't feel that way. Among Chinese.
Right. That's interesting.
It's very strange.
Yeah. So can you talk a little bit about how you socialize, whether or not, would you say that you socialize a lot across race lines? I mean, still in Barbados, you can go to an event of 300 white people or 300 black people. And sometimes I think we're not conscious that we're maintaining very clear lines socially. Would you say that your social space is an integrated space? Are you
Totally.
conscious of that?
Totally.
Yeah.
But that's because I grew up with a black stepmother. My
Right.
brother married a black Venezuelan.
Mm-hmm.
I have black, well, they're both adopted, but
Mm-hmm.
let's say half brother and sister.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you my funny story now. My brother, who is black Barbadian and very black, we were once out working, doing the same thing, going door to door, talking to people. And one of the old ladies said to me, "Oh, you got a handsome young fella here with you," inferring some relationship
Right.
between us.
Right.
So I laughed and I said, "No, he's my brother." And she looked at him and she looked at me. And he said, "Different mother, same father."
And she didn't know what to do with
No,
that.
she couldn't figure it out. And he was obviously a little bit uncomfortable too because of his response.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, and when I actually taught at the convent for a year where my half sister, who is of mixed race,
Mm-hmm.
went to school, and the little kids at school asked her, "Is it true that Rhonda's your sister?" Because they could obviously see a difference
Right.
at 5 or 6,
Right.
you know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. One of the questions I have is if you've had any really difficult conversations around race, or if you have a particular relationship to British colonial history and its relationship to Barbados, if there's any ideas about shame connected to, some people speak about feeling guilt in terms of a history. I mean, are those things that you've ever thought about?
I don't
Yeah.
feel guilt. My father's a historian.
Right.
So
Yes.
I know the history inside out.
Right.
It's always been in the background of our lives. Parts of many discussions,
Okay.
interests.
Right.
So
Right. Okay.
So it's not my guilt or my shame.
Right. So having a different understanding to history, it sounds like, is important there, because I think something that people have spoken about is the way in which history is taught in secondary school makes for some measure of discomfort. But maybe...
Oh, I could see that, because I myself was once a bit annoyed at a history lecturer who actually taught me A-level history for a short while, and then at the university. And I went home and complained to my father, who used to teach at the university as well. He said, "Oh, don't mind him." And of course, you know, my father had a long running battle with Hilary Beckles about Bassa.
So tell me about that.
Well, my father's view, I suppose, of Hilary Beckles is that he is a careless researcher. Something which is, there was, I think his name might have been Connell at the museum, who did a review on one of Beckles' early books, would concur with. He's a sloppy researcher. And he was of the view that he ignored some of the known detail, historical detail, to put forward this view as Bassa as the leader of the rebellion, when clearly Washington Pitt Franklin was just as influential, and whom they chose to ignore because he was half white.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how the whole argument.
Right. So that's an interesting thing to me, because somebody spoke to me about that the other day, Carl Watson.
Mm-hmm. Well, Carl would know a lot.
Right. And so I find that an interesting thing in terms of, well, creating heroes initially is a peculiar thing to do, I think, in some ways. But also an insistence on creating a particular kind of hero versus another kind of hero.
I was actually shocked when I saw Beckles say the other day that T.T. Lewis should be a national hero, because he was on the committee that made a recommendation
Right.
Why you didn't recommend it then?
Right. Yeah.
But you see, you know what your parents say, age brings reason.
Yeah.
So maybe
Yes.
he has a different view. And
Yeah.
he had a particular agenda at that point
Right.
in his life.
Right. Yes.
I mean, there's a man whose grandmother's white
I didn't know that.
from St. Andrew.
Right.
So
Yeah.
you see, people bring all kinds of things from the background, you know. And there's so many Barbadians who have mixed
Of course.
heritage, and you can go from black to white in 2 generations.
Yeah.
I know so many people.
Yeah.
So, but you know, like, what does it really mean?
Yeah. Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. Okay. I mean, I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to, if there's anything else you're thinking of that you would want to share.
Not specifically, only that I think that conversations like this are important. I think very often we only hear one side of the story now. And no matter how uncomfortable it is, I think that both sides of the story need to be heard. Because I think that a lot of white people do feel as if they are being blamed for something. That comes across very strongly. That they're being blamed for something that they know nothing about, that they have no control over anymore. And it's important that maybe the other side of the story, of today's story, is told.
Yeah.
Did you watch that wonderful documentary on
BBC?
Yeah, just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was wonderful.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Yeah, that's why I kind of feel that the time is, it feels to me like the time is right to have these conversations, and I feel that things are changing a little bit. But also what is so striking is the diversity within the white community.
But that's a lot of thing that Barbadians don't understand either.
No.
They don't understand that there is as much division among the white society as there is between black and white.
Yes. And
they
also
don't get it.
That whiteness isn't homogenous, right?
No.
But there's a I mean, just the fact you have a grandmother, you said, or a mother who is Amerindian, Dutch.
Grandmother, yeah.
You know, I mean, it's so phenomenal, the people that are coming in and having these conversations, the breadth of
the racial makeup.
Yeah.
I often think I would like to do one of those DNA
right.
You know, profiles where you know what all the little parts are.
Yeah, that would be interesting in your case.
I actually think they should do that with a lot of people in Barbados. They'll be surprised. On both sides of the color spectrum.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm Annalie Davis, and this is White Creole Conversations, New Ways of Thinking About Whiteness in a Caribbean Context. And today I'm here with Evelyn O'Callaghan to talk about the experience of whiteness in the Caribbean. So thanks for joining me, Evelyn. Can you define, just say what your profession is, first of all.
I'm a professor of West Indian literature at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus.
Okay. And can you, I'd begin the conversations by asking people to define themselves in terms of race, class, and nationality. Can you do that?
Define myself in terms of race? I would have to, I suppose, in the extant vocabulary in the Caribbean, I would call myself red.
Okay.
Because, yes, I mean, I'll get back to that. Red or white, I suppose. I mean, I don't consider myself to be either of those things, but that is what I would be called.
Okay.
Class, I guess I'm middle class, professional. And what was the other thing?
Nationality.
And nationality, I'm Jamaican. I have Irish parents, but I'm Jamaican. I was born in Nigeria, but I'm still Jamaican because that's the only place I know from childhood.
Right, okay. Do you identify with the term white Creole at all?
Not really, because a white Creole, in the correct definition linguistically, is a white person born in the Caribbean. And usually white Creoles come from a long line of white people born in the Caribbean, and I don't fit that profile, so no.
Okay. Do you find yourself thinking about whiteness at all, or race in general?
Well, I think if you're, I mean, I wasn't born here, but I grew up in Jamaica, in Kingston, we came to Jamaica from Nigeria when I was 3, and I don't remember anything else. And if you grow up as a minority in a largely black country, of course you think about whiteness all the time. I mean, you can't not. I was educated here in Jamaica, and I have taught at UWI, Mona and Cave Hill, and of course race is absolutely sewn into the fabric of Caribbean society, which was obviously made from a multiplicity of races and on a very racial hierarchy. So yes, plus I mean I'm professor of literature, and it's a very profound thread running through all of Caribbean literature still.
Okay. So would you say, having been transplanted to Barbados, which may obviously feel different than it was in Jamaica, would you say that this local environment that you've been living in for some time operates as a racially ordered, segmented society, or does it operate more as an integrated space or both?
I think when I first came here, and that was in 1983, I was utterly shocked at how the system of self-determining apartheid seemed to operate here. In Kingston, where I grew up, and then Montego Bay, and then back in Kingston, where my working life took place, never have I seen that degree of racial separation in terms of social occasions. So that I remember my husband and I being the only white people at a party, and other places where there were no black people at all. So it was kind of shocking, to be honest. I think because I'm at UWI, which is much more mixed and integrated, not just in terms of race, but also class and nationality, I was kind of spared from having to choose, because I think at that time, that's almost what I would have experienced Barbados as being. You had to choose which side were you going to be on. And I truly found it exceptional from any other part of the Caribbean I've ever lived in. Trinidad isn't like that. St. Lucia's not like that. Guyana I haven't lived in, so I can't say. And certainly Jamaica isn't like that. So extremely segmented racially when I first came. I think a lot less so now. However, it's also very, very integrated, because black and white Bajans have much more in common than any of them do with me, even though I've been here 30 odd years. That's the way I feel. I feel very much an outsider here, but not because I'm white, because I'm not a Barbadian.
Okay. Did you grow up in a family that spoke about race at all? Did you inherit any ideas about race or whiteness in your family? Was it something that was discussed when you were a child growing up?
I don't know if it was explicitly discussed, but you couldn't, again, as I said, you could not live in Jamaica, and especially at the time that I was in sixth form, it was the 70s, the 60s, the 70s, race was very much on the agenda, and of course we spoke about it. And I'm fortunate, I think, because my parents were not first generation, they were new to Jamaica, and they came with obviously very little prejudices. They're both of Irish extraction, and so they have a profoundly anti-British, anti-colonial mindset, which worked quite well with the way that we were taught history and literature at school. And they were absolutely keen that none of us have any kind of airs and graces in terms of racial superiority, recognizing the fact that we did have more money than many people, and we were going to be privileged because of being, white-skinned and sometimes perceived as tourists in Montego Bay. But no, I'm very fortunate that my parents raised me to be completely open to all people, race, class, gender.
So can you talk a little bit about your primary and secondary school experience in terms of what it felt like or looked like racially, and was there a transition that happened from primary to secondary?
No, not at all. I really can't remember kindergarten, but I went to both prep schools. We call them prep schools. Both primary schools that I went to were private, church-run, which means the government gives some aid, but the church makes up the rest of it. Mount Immaculate Conception in Kingston and Mount Alvernia, because my parents are Catholic. Mount Alvernia prep in Montego Bay when we moved up there when I was 9 years of age. And it was extremely mixed. A very small minority were white. The only thing that differed, everyone, Indian, black, white, Chinese, all kinds of mixes, a couple of Venezuelans who came to board. No, I would not say so. I mean,
the same at secondary.
And the secondary would possibly have been a bit more percentage black, I suppose. But the same girls and boys, well, the same girls that we went to prep school with, came into high school as well. Because it was a much, much bigger high school, there were probably a larger percentage demographically of black girls than the other mixes, but still very, very representative. I mean, in my high school first form, I was one of 3 white girls, and then by the time we got up, one of 2. So it wasn't very different from primary school.
Right. Do you remember anything about how history would have been taught in secondary school? Is there anything in particular about history? Were you taught at that time mostly British or European history or versus Caribbean history?
I do not come from the Dark Ages, madam.
But the syllabuses have changed. The syllabi has changed quite a lot in the last 30 years in terms of what's being taught in the schools.
Then I am on the Dark Ages because I haven't been in high school for 30 years. How was history taught? Personally, I didn't care for it too much, but we did the usual Greek and Roman civilization. We moved forward to definitely there was, and I did it right up to 6th form. There was the Tudors. I did the Tudors, and I know that pretty well. So there was British history. There was a lot of Caribbean history, and not much African.
Okay.
But there was a lot of Caribbean history.
Right.
Caribbean and what I would now term post-colonial history. I would say that was the focus.
Was there any tension around that?
No? Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
In what respect?
Well, I mean, some of the people that I've spoken to about this have felt some kind of awkwardness around the teaching of about the transatlantic slave trade, the way that it's been taught.
Yes, well, no, I can see that because when my sons, both of whom were born in Barbados, went to school, and Jesse in particular, the eldest, loved history, but he began to complain because he said the syllabus is all about slavery, Africa, slavery, Africa. There's no history of any other part of the world or any other group of people. So I can see that. Mm-hmm. I think that probably is a retrogressive step because it bores them.
Right.
And it also doesn't really prepare kids to see the wider picture.
Right.
So, yes, I am aware of that. I don't know if it is still the case because CAPE has, I'm sure, been alerted to the fact that, doing 3 SBAs all on the same subject matter does not produce a well-rounded student. But it wasn't the case when I was at school.
Can you talk about what makes you feel that you've said that in some ways you feel disconnected in Barbadian society. Can you talk about what makes you feel that you belong or you don't belong in Barbadian or Caribbean society?
What makes me feel I belong or don't belong?
Mm-hmm. Like what do you connect with? What makes you, or is that something that is even of interest to you? Do you consider ideas about belonging or not belonging?
No, I don't. I have never been tortured by that because, in a sense, I come from so many places and so many different backgrounds that I have no choice, really. I know nothing except the Caribbean. I've been away to school. I was educated in Ireland and in Oxford, and I've done stints in Australia and Belgium and all kinds of places. But I knew very early on that no matter where I went, I was coming back to the Caribbean. Initially, it was Jamaica. Now it's Barbados, and I wouldn't have any problem living for a while in Trinidad or one of the other islands, campus territories, because I'm an academic. That's all I can do. That's what I have been doing, and that is what I've committed to. So that's what I belong to. And what makes me feel I belong? Being with the people that I know, being with the people who accept me for what I am. I think there's something wonderful about not belonging to any one group or camp. And I think I can identify with people from quite a few places, quite a few disciplines, ideologies, mindsets, etc. And I guess that makes me comfortable, because I think you have to be here in this region an awfully long time to feel that way. And I think it's a gift that other people who come from outside don't have.
Okay. Would you say that we can escape race in Barbados or in the Caribbean? Are we anywhere near to being a post-racial society? Is this something that we should even be working towards?
I'm not entirely sure I know what a post-racial society is. I'm not sure we're anywhere near to that anywhere in the world. But I think that we have to be aware of race in Barbados, because it's something much more than I think. There's no, solid statistical basis for this, but I do feel that it is something that is way more on the surface here in Barbados, and paradoxically, because it is not talked about, it becomes even more powerful as a discourse. And when it is talked about, it's always in this dreadful knee-jerk binary opposition that's so manipulated for political or other kind of I would almost say unethical use, that until that is dealt with, until people speak about issues of race and prejudice and resentment and stereotyping, and get it out in the open and deal with it, as I do with my students, and there's never any discomfort. I mean, white Bayesians in the class, will admit quite openly, but way back in my family, there were at least 2 or 3, some we know about, some we don't, some are not talked about. 2 or 3 people of different ethnicity, different phenotype. But somehow or other, once it gets into the public domain, everybody feels it's what I was saying. You have to pick sides. You have to be this or that. And I so resent that kind of essentialization, So it needs to be dealt with. It needs to be talked about, but in a rational and respectful way, not in the kind of silly, spiteful, stereotypical and essentializing way that it is currently done in a lot of fora.
Okay. Can you remember if you've had a particularly difficult conversation around race? Something that's, that you felt awkward or uncomfortable? Have there been?
Not really in the Caribbean, because I grew up, I think, in the 70s. I did my sixth form, grew up 60s and 70s, which was a very progressive time in Jamaica. I did sixth form. I was fortunate enough to do sixth form with the guys at Cornwall College, because we didn't have enough teachers to mount a fully fledged sixth form at Mount Alvernia. And these were guys from very, 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 poor and working class areas that had made good. And they were very militant and very radical. And we all read the same books. We all read Eldridge Cleaver and Malcolm X. And we were all, part and parcel of Manly's Literary Society. It just went across the board. Whatever colour you were, whatever class you were, you believed in this possibility of a better Jamaica and a better Caribbean. And then, of course, I came back and went to UWI, and that was in the 80s, and there was the Grenada Revolution. So I think politics is the most important thing to me. So I've never had an uncomfortable conversation in the Caribbean. The place I find it extremely uncomfortable is in the States, in America. And I was at a conference of Caribbean women writers and scholars, as they called it, in some place in Florida. I think it's called Hollywood. And I wasn't actually at this one session where some white American Fulbright students that had come and done work at Cave Hill came to me and said that they were asked to leave the room, that basically this session was only for the Black women participants. And I felt extremely uncomfortable about that, on their behalf and on behalf of the people who asked them to leave the room. And any of that kind of thing it doesn't make me uncomfortable, it makes me angry. My blood starts to boil, and were I them, nobody would have moved me out that room. Nobody. I pay my fees just like all of them.
Right.
And I think it was out of order and tacky. But I wasn't there. I don't know what the painful discussion that they were all having, that they didn't feel comfortable with white women in the room as well as Black women. But that makes me uncomfortable. That makes me very uncomfortable.
So it raises issues to do with either shame, or that's maybe what the conversation is supposed to be about?
Or maybe the conversation is about you be ashamed because you happen to be this color, so you can't listen to what we're talking about, because what we're talking about is how much we hate people of your color. Anything like that. It's anti-intellectual. It goes back to very, very basics. I mean, we all know that race is a construct that's so over-determined. And there's almost a conspiracy in keeping that knowledge hidden so that we all know in a very simplistic way what race is, because somebody's interest is served by keeping it to that very basic level. Somebody's interest is served in dividing in order to rule. Somebody's interest is served is saying you must maintain this ancestral dislike of the other because the other is not you. I mean, that's dangerous. Mm-hmm. And as I said, both anti-intellectual and manipulative. And I can't buy into that.
Okay. Would you say that you've ever experienced privilege because of your whiteness or being perceived as being white?
Yep, definitely. Again, this is the Caribbean, particularly as my home is Montego Bay. And Montego Bay, like a lot of Barbados, is very much dependent on tourists. And tourism is, unfortunately, an industry that, as practiced in our part of the world, does look at people's skins in terms of what money they have. And so going to school in my uniform, nobody would pay me bad mind. No one would harass me or anything like that. But if I was out on a weekend in my normal clothes, I would be hassled as a white girl, but I could also walk into some of the hotels and get no hassle at all. So on the one hand, I'd be hassled because, the pimps would come up to me and say, hey, Miss Lady, the usual rubbish. Mm-hmm. You want to buy some aloes? And on the other hand, I could, and it's the same in Barbados. I can walk into places that are meant for tourists because the average stereotype of a tourist is a white foreigner. And probably people talk about getting better service. That's not the case in Barbados. I don't think that Barbadians particularly like serving anyone who's not perhaps American or British that they can clearly see as a tourist, but anyone else is a kind of an in-between, and they don't particularly like serving people of my complexion, and I don't get privilege there. But in certain places I have been, I know that, again, I think it has to do with money. At the duty-free shops, people will come up to me before they'll go up to somebody else.
Do you socialize along race or class lines? Do you cross boundaries in terms of race and class in your social and professional life? I would say that
not. I cross all kind of racial boundaries, but I think the class boundary is something that's just endemic. I would socialize more with people who are educated, who are professionals, who are relatively liberal and open-minded, people who have traveled, people who are a bit more like me, regardless of what nationality they are. And at the university, less so perhaps in terms of class, but they're all, well, you see, that's it. Whatever class people come from, once they become upwardly mobile, once they become professional, once they become academics, they are then middle class. So, no, I would say my socializing in terms of work or pleasure is largely middle class.
But integrated racially.
But integrated racially, yeah.
Okay. Do you have any humorous experience that you might share which relate to being white, or have you had anything funny that you could think of, any funny stories around whiteness?
Yes, a couple. One is the way that every time I go back and I take out my Jamaican passport and they see I was born in Nigeria, and that's the first part. And then the second part is that my husband is my husband's last name is Kingston. So the two combined just render them speechless with mirth, Welcome back, Miss Kingston. And then, you're really born in Nigeria? So I have to go through that, which actually is funny the first couple of times and then gets very tiring. What I liked, what the other thing I was just thinking about the other day actually is when I was walking across the grounds at Mona, at UWI Mona in Kingston. I just love the permeability of racial categories in certain parts of the world. So you pass a group of guys from maintenance and they're doing some kind of maintenance work, and they do what Jamaican and Caribbean men will always do when any woman under 50 passes them. They call out to you and they comment on you. So here is me now. That was my, it's my first job, and I'm 20 something, and I'm very, trying to be dignified. And so the guys call out, hey, white lady. So I put on my impervious face and hold myself aloof and continue. And then one of them says to the other one, go ahead, and a white lady that, see, she's a nice browning. No, I think they went through red first. It's a red lady. Hey, red lady, here. And I didn't respond to that either. So I think the guy cracked up and says, and at that point he got what he wanted, because I burst out laughing and smiled at them. So I guess that was it, When are you white but not? Right. When are you white but not quite? When are you brown but up?
And I guess finally, can you think about what an ideal Barbadian or Caribbean society looks like in racial terms? What can we do to work towards that reality, or how do we envision a future racially in the Caribbean?
Oh boy, I would be slaughtered for anything I put up. I think it starts in primary school. I really do. And this is a tough one, because every parent wants to give their children the best education that they can afford. But the difference between the government primary schools in Barbados and the private primary schools is huge, as far as I can see, in terms of demographic. And I know quite a few people of Indo-Caribbean descent and others who deliberately sent their children to primary schools that were not private, because they said, you're going to live in this country and you are going to need to be with every different rank and type of society, black, white, middle, working class, upper class. Sending kids to this little privileged, and I mean, I as I said, I sent mine to that because it was a better school, to St. Gabriel's, but I found St. Gabriel's quite well integrated, I have to say. But even then, and this is like 20 odd years ago, the convent was less so and St. Winifred's was way less so. And when you saw the little toddlers, hugely in St. Winifred's, hugely white. I think if you do that to the age of 11 and then throw them into the government secondary schools, of which, I mean, most people go to now, I gather there are still some private schools for girls, and I think one or two is opening to boys. But at the time my guys went, there wasn't. There was one private school for girls, that was the convent, and there was none for boys. You run, the kids have a big adjustment to make. And I think it would be way better if some form of education was implemented, that children would be together, because they are the ones who are so tolerant. They're the ones who don't give a damn about what kind of hair this one have and what kind of home they go to, and I know that because that's the way I was brought up and that's the way my children were brought up. It's only when they get to that kind of 9, 10 age, when the adult world is not closing in on them, but impacting on them big time, that they start to notice differences, and then they start to clique with those that look like them, with those that their parents are friendly with, children that their parents are friendly with their parents. And by the time they get to high school, they're already a little self-defined elite. And I think as long as that persists, I mean, that's not to say there's not the same kind of thing among others. I mean, I know Combermere prided itself on being a very, a black school, and would like to maintain that way. There are groups of them that are very proud of the fact. But I think kids are so prone to peer group pressure that if that's compounded by adult pressure to be with these people, not those people, you're really kind of damning them very early to a negative and divisive mindset. That's something I would like to see. I don't have the answers because, there's freedom of choice. It's a democracy. But right now, compared to the other countries that I have lived in and visited, that seems to me to be the avenue for segregation.
Okay. Are there any other thoughts or comments you have?
Again, I wish that more people in power would commit to hosting an open and rational and measured conversation about racial differences and inequalities, their historical antecedents, and their current representations in the world of the media and popular culture, and have the guts to interrogate some of those things instead of falling into the trap of just using them to berate your opponent, using them to gain popular support. You're an intelligent person. You're a government minister. You know perfectly well that it's not true that all white people are out to exploit and manipulate you, and you're an intelligent person, and you know that not all black people are out to hate and discriminate. I mean, stop feeding into that ridiculous propaganda. I guess I would like to see an open and honest conversation, but I don't know when that day will come, because Barbadians seem to me to much prefer to quarrel in private than to speak out in public and have the guts to be criticised for what they believe in.
Okay.
That's about it.
Yep. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
My name is François Piquet. I am 47, an artist and independent worker. I am a red-headed, white, low middle-class Frenchman. I was born and raised in France. My family comes from different regions of Middle France, but I can't trace it further than my great-grandparents, which were farmhands and housemaids, and I have never asked for it. I don't know my family well, as my parents moved to Paris suburb and divorced when I was 5. I am conscious of being seen and educated as a white person. I am what you can call a typical white Frenchman, which in fact gives a very few informations about myself. As I am living in Guadeloupe for 15 years now, dealing with race or whiteness is unavoidable. It is almost an everyday exercise. When I lived in Paris, in very cosmopolitan areas with many emigrated people, I thought I was used to live in a multiracial environment. But when you don't belong to the majority anymore, it's totally different. The social space is not yours, you have to ask for it. And to face also your own behaviors and ask yourself, why did I react like this? Am I a racist? What are the cultural and inherited frames I have to unlearn? However, I was obviously influenced by the cultural latent racism of the 1960s and 70s French society. I was raised in a family with the principle that all the human beings are or shall be equals. I remember my grandmother telling her first afraid sight of a black man when she was a kid during the First World War, saying also there were poor guys like us. My mother told me that when I saw my younger brother for the first time, I cried a lot, because he was not black as my best mate at the nursery. There were very few black people in the schools I was in, but there was more people from North Africa, with North Africa origins. It was the second generation of emigrated people. I strongly remember the early 1980s anti-racism big movement in France called Touche pas à mon pote, means don't touch my mate, when almost every kid wore these colored badges with the frame of a hand saying Touche pas à mon pote. I don't belong to any family in Guadeloupe. My wife comes from France, as I do, and family is the core of the society here in Guadeloupe. Of course, I have good relationships with some of my neighbors and some Guadeloupean. I have some Guadeloupean friends too, and I have no other place like a home. My only home is in Guadeloupe. I do involve myself in the society by my work and mostly by my visual art practices, which began in Guadeloupe and are the result of my meeting with this island. But the same question, am I Guadeloupean, is an endless debate, and the answers do vary a lot depending of the context. Nice or angry moments, many or few people, financial aspects, and so on. It's for a lot of people, it's hard to conceive that I could represent Guadeloupe because I am a part of minority. Of course, the whiteness gives privileges in a racist society and sometimes prejudices. When I was living in Paris, I was rarely controlled by the police, for example. The owner of the house we rent in Guadeloupe, which has Indian origins, wants to avoid black lodgers. He said to us, no. On the other side, some neighbors are very kind in private, but don't talk to me in front of the school, where all the parents and when all the parents are waiting for the kids. So I obviously do not match with what people expect or want to promote in terms of Caribbean art, even if my art is Caribbean born. Before 1984, Guadeloupe was a French colony. During the childhood of the older people I meet, who have the same age than my parents, the white people were another kind of citizen with different rights. So it's easy to understand that the Guadeloupean society is deeply racialized, and in the same time a very young society, evolving quickly. So it is very complex and moving, with old and modern schemes of a racially ordered society, with a strong anti-racism will, and also very mixed areas, especially for the young people. I cannot imagine that this mixity will not increase. Guadeloupe is not a post-racial society. I guess no society is yet. In fact, to me, the goal is not to be post-racial, it is to be post-racist. The slave trade area has this black and white vision. One which is not white is colored. All the shades are disappearing, the stereotypes are strong and still reinforced by the anti-discrimination struggle based on color-funded communities. The economical and cultural power of this slave trade area has spread these stereotypes worldly. But Caribbean countries or islands are small enough, human-sized scale societies, to be places where to experiment multiracial society models and make it successful. Nobody chooses what he gets as personal or global inheritance. One can only try to choose what is doing of it. So I'm not guilty of colonial history, but I can feel responsible as I have the ability to it. I can do in life more than survive. I have children and they will live in the world that we prepare to them. So in a way, I feel responsible of my inheritance. My identity is changing. I am not the one I used to be. I'm older, for example, than I used to be. And whiteness is not often the predominant side of my identity. Guadeloupe has changed my point of view and my perspectives. It has changed what or how I do with myself. I can't conceive to be proud of something that is not the result of my actions. I can understand that one might be or one might need to be proud of his origins, especially when they are or were discredited. I am neither proud or shameful of having a white skin. It's just the way it is. In some context, the color of the skin is a valid information, and I use it consciously or not. But it is not a dominant or masking information to me. I am not colorblind. I try to be color-free. Guadeloupe is a small country, so I am connected to a various range of people in terms of classes, origins, and age. Really much more than when I live in a big city. Because in big city, you choose the people you go around with, who likes the same places and activities than you, for example. Cultural boundaries are not easy to cross, but the intimacy level is not linked to the skin color.
My name is Holly Perotti. I am 42, a mixed media artist and curator, living and working in Nassau, the Bahamas. I was born and raised here, then studied for my bachelor's in fine arts, painting and printmaking in Connecticut, then transferring and graduating from Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, Virginia. In responding to this project, I realized that my experience as a white Bahamian has been relatively without major adverse or negative personal incident. Any experience of notable racism has only been through observation. As a child, I did not think about race until recently. I have not spent any significant thought on my racial identity because my focus has been more so on my ethnic identity. Admittedly, this luxury could be met with confusion as to how this is even possible, and because of that, perhaps some contempt, because I've never had to experience what it means to be subjected to racism, institutionalized or social racism. Recently, my creative process has involved addressing gender, belonging, racial, and ethnic heritage. I try to focus on how these experiences have informed and continue to inform my creative process. Beyond being told by my peers and family members that I was white, race was never discussed to any great extent. It's likely because very little is known about my mother's heritage, and this is probably because true documentation or confirmation of their collective lineages is lacking. We've had to rely on the allegory of the older members of her family, which of course has been the result of embellishment or perhaps even deliberately omitting fact. The only definitive lineage is my father's paternal family. Their arrival in the Bahamas from Arconate, Italy via Ellis Island, New York, through Heron, Illinois, Miami, Florida, finally settling in Nassau, is supported not only by the stories of their experience, of their journey. There is also, I've seen tangible proof because of how well it's been documented. I've seen the actual ship registry, or an image of the ship's registry of their arrival in Ellis Island. Their arrival would be my great-grandfather Luigi and his wife Mary and their children. However, my father's maternal heritage is just as undefined as my mother's. So, in an ongoing project entitled Other, I am addressing how this uncertainty has ill-informed my identity, and only now I'm trying to unravel the components of my racial identity. My physical features are markers attributed to the Caucasian race, but delving into my mother's family's origins have proven to suggest otherwise. This is an ongoing process, so beyond paraphrasing that it's possible that my mother's family, her forefathers who settled in Long Island, Bahamas, they could very well have been plantation owners. And with reference to the one-drop rule as used in the social system in the early to mid 1900s in the South, the presence of one ancestor, one black ancestor in your white ancestry, or heritage rendered you black by social standards. The existence of that one ancestor in your entire heritage would then alter your expectation of your heritage. I can say that I'm a product of the real, perceived, learned, emotional experience of growing up, what it means to be white in the Bahamas. It's very hard to even define that, simply because I even lack a cultural identity. So to describe what it is to be a white Bahamian, this is something that I will have to expand on at a later time. I do feel that whiteness can be variable because, and although I am no authority, I have found that identity is partially informed by the subjective emotional process and your reaction to that experience. And no two experiences are the same. So you're definitely going to run across some significant differences. I endeavor to be colorblind. I find it's more effective to consider human behavior in forming opinions about people. You cannot choose race and can be a product of an ethnicity, but you can choose your behavior. Yes, I have crossed boundaries in race and class, or more specifically race, not really class. No, I'm engaged to a black woman. Race has never been a factor in choosing who I include in my life. Perceived whiteness and privilege. Now, it would be irresponsible of me to think that I haven't experienced privileges because of my whiteness, but also probably I have experienced this privilege because of my foreign surname, the Parati name, or locally it's pronounced Paroti or Parodi. So there's been some evolution in even that part of my my heritage. It's been rendered a whole entirely new family, if you will. To name a moment with regards to any privilege or preferential treatment, one specific moment was that a few years ago I had the unfortunate circumstance of realizing the day before traveling to Europe, my passport was expired. My U.S. visa was current and still in effect, but my passport was expired by a couple of months. I called people that I knew because, as in other societies and systems, you know the right people, you can gain that advantage. And I knew a couple of people in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and in seeking their advice, they all gave me the same: get started on the process, go and submit your application, and call me when you're done, so we can see how we can help. I did. I followed the procedure and hoped for the best, although I was told that the average time to expedite my application would be 24 hours. Nonetheless, and on the advice of a very lovely lady who could see my distress, I returned later in the day to test fate, and was relieved to learn that that the director of the department, he saw my application, noticed my surname, and concluded that I was somehow related to his former classmate. He nothing short of admitted that he sped up the process simply because my cousin was a good friend in high school. I didn't argue and still breathed a sigh of relief because I was grateful that one of my identifiers is my unique surname. Somewhat embarrassing, but because other people were there and I'm sure they had similar urgencies to mine, but I'm not sure how they fared, and that's quite sad. I am the product of the privilege that my middle class working parents afforded me. The notion that those opportunities were only given to me because I satisfy the physical requirements of a certain race who obtain more privileged than the other, that actually offends the level of responsibility and commitment that my parents took in raising us, in choosing to have a family and to raise a family and provide everything that they didn't have, and really securing a success for us in the future. It offends them more than that it would be more offensive to me, and I would protect them by saying anything, to the effect that I did not have opportunities because my parents loved me. I absolutely had more opportunities simply because my parents were committed to raising responsible adults. I haven't been ostracized by way of the true definition of the word. However, I have felt dismissed because my success has been scrutinized, not only because I'm a woman, but because of this idea of white privilege, that more than likely I would have experienced the same success simply because I was white. And, that's just the way it is. And I have to say that, to use the word again, that's unfortunate, because we all work hard despite the opinions of others, and those opinions that are based on their own experiences. But I would like to think, although idealistic as it is, I would, and I strive to create a portfolio and produce and present a portfolio that it's about the work. The work is informed by my personal experiences. My personal experiences are not actually they're not revealed, because I don't want them pointed out. I want them to seem irrelevant to the actual body of work. I would hope that someone's perception or experience with my work is not changed by the fact that I'm a woman, that I'm gay, that I'm from the Bahamas, I'm more of a printmaker than I am a painter, that I struggle with identifying if, and this is arguably the same thing, but I wish I had more time to explain it, that I am an artist from the Bahamas, because I'm not sure what it is to be a Bahamian artist. And to be a white Bahamian artist is an entirely different kettle of fish. Thank you, and I wish you all the success.
My name is Annalie Davis, and this is White Creole Conversations, New Ways of Thinking About Whiteness in a Caribbean Context. And today I am with Catherine Felix Jafari. So Catherine, just give me a little bit of an idea of what you're doing. I guess maybe it's important to say that you've kind of transplanted yourself to the Caribbean from somewhere else. So maybe start with that.
Okay. I was born in the States. I moved to St. Lucia in the Caribbean as a married woman. I married a St. Lucian in New York. We moved to South Carolina. From South Carolina, we moved to St. Lucia. We had 2 children at the time, my son Scott, my daughter Nikki, 8 and 4. So Nikki only knows growing up in the Caribbean from the time she was 4. Well, her memories of the States are very non-existent before she went there as an adult or a teenager. My son started school up into the 2nd grade in the United States, and then transplanted to St. Lucia and started in the school system in St. Lucia, which is all Catholic schools. I lived in St. Lucia, married to my husband for 4 years, and then as a single mom after we divorced. I lived there until 2007, so it's about 13, 14 years that I lived in St. Lucia. As a white woman raising 2 brown children, and then moved to to Barbados in 2007, and I've been here ever since.
And were you conscious of race in St. Lucia and in Barbados as a
Yes, constantly, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
In the States, I'd never been, until I lived in South Carolina, I've never really had any personal experiences. I was always taught that everybody was the same. My parents were very liberal and gave me an upbringing. I mean, my father's first way of telling me that people were different when I asked about who are those people over there walking on the other side of the bridge when we're going to school. Oh, they're chocolate, we're vanilla, but we're all the same. So my father was always very laughing it off and never encouraged me to get involved with stereotyping people based on race. My mother was a wannabe hippie. She was also one love and everything is all great. My background is extremely liberal, and I grew up accepting people for who they are and their actions. And I didn't really, I can't say I never saw people's colors, but it wasn't part of what made me decide whether or not my relationship was going further with you or how I was going to treat you. It was based on your treatment of me or other people. And that was my background before going to St. Lucia. In the Caribbean, is completely different. It's like slavery is in your face. You still see residue in people's behaviors. In St. Lucia, one of the biggest things that struck me was how quickly my daughter started talking about why isn't her hair as good as her brother's, and that she came home and told me that I really like so and so, a young girl, but she's ugly. I'm like, what do you mean she's ugly? She's a beautiful little girl. Oh, but you don't see how black she is? And I'm like, this is my child, that this is coming out of her mouth. My whole time in St. Lucia was spent with my children trying to counteract a lot of the stereotypes that they are being fed from the society, because I didn't want them to believe some of the things that they were picking up. And I've seen mothers tell their children that they call their children ugly. Come here, ugly. I'm like, why are you calling your child ugly? Oh, you don't see how dark they are? I want a pretty brown child, or their hair should be better. Race is very prevalent in the Caribbean.
Right. Okay. So I guess maybe kind of leading on from that, I'm interested to learn if you think that Barbados or St. Lucia or the Caribbean feels like a very kind of racially ordered or segmented society, or if it's an integrated space, or if those things kind of happen simultaneously. Like, are there some areas that feel very segmented and some areas that feel more integrated? So what does it feel like as a white person living in Barbados or St. Lucia?
Definitely segregated. I think that there are changes. It's changing somewhat, I should say, and it's completely not changed, but you can see that there is some changes. So some movement towards integration in different people, and I think it is in groups of people, like artists. Artists are people who put aside differences anyway. We're very tolerant of differences. We embraced differences. So I think in the artistic side of things, you see more integration. But I think in the whole in the Caribbean, you still see more managers, bosses, and business owners are white. The workers who get paid the least are black. The people who have opportunities for better education are white and brown skin and come from a better economic background. The poor families, and in St. Lucia, when my daughter was going to school, I have a friend who tells me, oh, it's not like that anymore. But when my daughter was going to school, there was no provision for any kind of funds. So a lot of children were kept back from school. Their parents didn't have money to give them to go and buy lunch, or even money to go buy bread so that they could put something in a brown paper bag for them, or they didn't have money for school shoes or uniforms or books. So they would keep them back rather than send them without what they needed to do schoolwork.
Right.
And those are all black families. Those are not white families. And I see a very different set of social circumstances in Barbados. There's more white people, number one. It's more common to see white people out in driving in cars even. It was after living in St. Lucia for so long and hardly seeing a white face other than a tourist, to come to Barbados and you see everybody driving around and you see different families and you see a lot more white faces. Barbadians on a whole are more tolerant towards white people. But in St. Lucia, there's a very obvious chip on a lot of people's shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of hatred and resentment towards white people. And at the same time, white tourists are sought after and coddled to and made to be everybody sees them as the hope for the society, income wise, right? So I've had instances in St. Lucia where I've walked into a bank and forgot my ID and the people cash a check for me. They would never cash a check for anybody that was St. Lucian that walked in the bank and didn't have their ID. It was because I'm white. There's you know, there's no other way. They trusted me because I'm white. So I've had good things, but I've also had a man follow me all the way from the car park all the way to the government buildings in St. Lucia, cursing me, telling me, go back home, you white people don't have any place here. And I mean, cursing me, stink, nasty, in my face. Like I was afraid that he was going to start hitting me at any second had I given him any sort of reaction. So it was like, keep your head face and just get into the Prime Minister's office before this guy does anything. And everybody around pretended it wasn't happening. It's, you're white and you're getting it and
you deserve it.
You deserve it. Or we'll just watch and see what happens.
And then you were saying just before that there's some interesting ideas about notions around leadership that you've observed. Do you want to say something about that?
Okay. Since I'm from the States, my background growing up was always to believe that people had equal abilities. Is that some people may be better at one thing or the other. So I never saw that leadership was a trait that was corresponded to white or black or Spanish or anything else. I saw it as leadership was a quality that you developed or you were born with naturally. My father encouraged me to be a leader. And in the States, leadership never really occurred to me to follow a race line. When I moved down here, starting from being a manager, working my way up in a company to management level, I don't understand how many people came into the company that I work for after me, before me, and never went anywhere other than the job that they went into. I worked my tail off to take on more responsibility. I was always trying to elevate myself to a management level, which is where I left in the States. And I was sort of like starting from scratch in St. Lucia. So I was always trying to prove myself. But in consideration for positions like management, I would have been considered faster than any other black person there because of my skin color, not necessarily because of my ability. I mean, I like to think my ability is great, but you know, there's other people just as smart as me that are born, raised St. Lucians, educated here and abroad. And it's not that they're not capable. It's that there's, I don't think they believe that they would be able to get the management positions. So they don't actually go after it. And people don't take them seriously for those positions. Here in Barbados, when I first came here, the people who really ran the plant that I work for now are two black men. One of them was straight out of high school. He's never had another job in his life, and he's been there 20 years. There's not a part of the operation he didn't know about. And if 3 o'clock in the morning the press went down, he would be there. But he was being paid a very, very low salary. He was a supervisor. And when I brought it to the attention, when I came and I asked about it, why is Dave still at this level? They said, well, they can't afford to have him move up into a management position. He's serving the company best where he is. Yeah, a white person would never be kept down in a job that he excelled at without being trained to continue to grow and take on more responsibilities. Where a black man was seen as, well, just keep him right there because this is where we're useful. And the management is all white. And it wasn't like a deliberate prejudice. It is so ingrained that it was surprising to them for me to come and point out that, do you know that the rest of the company doesn't have any hope that they can ever be anything, because they see these people. Dave has been there for 20 years and can't get a promotion, how do you think that they ever feel like they have anything to aspire to? If you keep people down,
Right.
and it is such a rooted in history and colonialism and slavery, that it isn't even a conscious
Right.
prejudice. It isn't
Right.
something deliberate, like somebody is. I mean, if
Setting
I
out to
told
do
the
that.
managing director that he was prejudiced based on his behavior and selection of employees, he would be highly offended, hurt,
Right. Yeah.
that I would think that he is a prejudiced person.
Right.
But
Right.
from my perspective,
Yes.
he basically was choosing based on race,
Right.
but he never really sees it.
Right.
So there's those things.
Right. There's I guess a lack of self-awareness that maybe it's implicit and we're not even realizing
Right.
ways in which it's being played out.
And the other area where I wanted to mention in that discussion, that point, was all right. I'm an artist. I've been a writer, a poet all my life. So from the time I've reached Barbados, I've always kept in touch with what's going on in the art scene. And then I
Right.
went to a workshop that was put together by Mandy Cummings and Mark Jason Welch, that was poetry, but it took a lot of different local poets and spoken word artists, and being in one room and talking about poetry and life and the things that you talk about as a poet.
Mm-hmm.
So it became something that we wanted to continue. So I opened up my house, and we started just meeting, and it evolved into an informal social group, and it became the League of Extraordinary Poets.
Right.
And after a while, because I have a background in getting grant funds, I figured, well, if we formalize this, we can make this into something we can actually look for funding for doing events, and we could put on shows and maybe a festival one day. So all these things sound great, but they were all coming from me.
Right.
So I spoke to a member of the Black spoken word community, who is one of the most intelligent people I know, somebody I respect and care for very deeply. And because he challenges a lot of my thinking, and I challenge his. But basically, we decided we would come together, but I took a back seat, and I wanted to make sure that from the beginning, it wasn't seen as a white woman coming into Barbados from outside and creating this environment.
Mm-hmm.
Looking back on it, the fact that I had to think that way is only because of the Caribbean context.
Right.
In the States, I would never have considered
about
that.
that,
No matter if you're going to do something, if you stand out because you're a leader, you stand out and you take credit. Or if you decided to take a background role, it's because of your personality and your choices. Maybe you're more comfortable with a background
But here
role.
it was loaded.
But here it was basically no matter which way I played it, if I was seen to be the front person for this group, it would have always been seen as this white woman who's come and helped the poor black people.
Right.
Right. You go to Africa and you help the poor black
Right.
people instead of
Right.
people being empowered and quite capable
Right.
of taking care of
Right.
themselves.
Yeah.
So the fact that after a while, I wanted to step back and let people lead, I found that if I wasn't doing anything, nothing would happen.
Right.
And so I found myself in this catch-22. If I don't do anything, this organization, which was really positive and had a lot of things going on, and we ended up doing a show in Frank Collymore Hall. We've done a lot of things together that I'm really, really proud of. But I feel like I can't take credit for it, because it would be seen as, oh, of course you could do that because you're white. But these people, they could never have done it on their own,
Right.
which is entirely incorrect
Right.
as far as talent is concerned.
Right.
But as far as seeing yourself as somebody who owns a nonprofit that was going to
Right.
go out and help people,
Right.
or go to the schools, most of these poets would not see themselves doing these things.
Right. Right.
So the vision of yourself is a lot of in the Caribbean is wrapped up in race.
Right.
And it's very difficult for people to come out of that vision that they have
Right.
of themselves that has been forced on
Right.
them,
Right.
and that they've grown up with.
Yeah. Did you have an experience of growing up in a family that spoke about race at all? Did you kind of inherit ideas about whiteness, or I think some people feel like the ideas are implicit. They're not stated very clearly, but they understand what the rules are. And maybe there's not a lot of conversation. So was there any discussion about race in your family, or because you were in part of a majority, there wasn't maybe a need for it?
Actually, when my mother and father divorced, my father stayed in North Carolina. My mother took us to Chicago. We stayed with her gay brother and gay sister. I have all my life accepted them for who they are, and I have never been taught that, a gay person is somehow subhuman.
Right.
And I was never taught that way for people of different races or cultures. I was taught to, because my aunt is also an artist. My uncle's a writer, and they were very big influences on my development. And they've always had other people around. I've always been exposed to musicians and artists and crazy people that are just personalities, and had adult conversations from the time I was small. So my upbringing is probably very different from a normal white child, because my upbringing was extremely unique.
Right.
But when she moved, when my mother got married, my stepfather moved us to Michigan, where he was an engineer and he got jobs there. In his second posting, he transferred. I can't remember what company he worked for, but he was transferred to a place in Michigan that was called the Twin Cities. One city was called St. Joseph and one was Benton Harbor. They bought a house, and it turned out that it was in the Benton Harbor School District. Well, the thing about these twin cities is that one was white and the other's black, and we bought land in the black side. So I ended up going to school, which was 98% black, and I was a minority in the high school that I went to. But I was not a minority like in the Caribbean. It was like you are aware that there's maybe only 5 or 6 white children in your class, freshman class or sophomore class. But it wasn't like you were constrained or restricted or felt strange or whatever. Everybody just accepted everybody for who they are. But I grew up from that point. I became aware of music, culture that would be American black.
Right.
I went to my friend's house and danced to Motown. I integrated into an American black family and families, and my friends were all mixed. I had white friends, I had black friends. There was no distinction in my friendships and growing up. And then my father lived in South Carolina and North Carolina, so I went between the North and the South on a regular basis.
Right.
And eventually I ended up moving in with my father for about 2 years. I think that's all it lasted, because I didn't get along very well with living in South Carolina. Visiting your father on summer vacation and going and playing with a horse is different. Going there and living and going to school is completely different.
Right.
And it is only when I lived in South Carolina in the States that I actually found myself talking to my father about race, because I never took it. Was just something you just take for granted, that some people are black and some are white and some are Spanish. What's the big deal? Some are gay. It really never reached my conscious thought until I moved to South Carolina as a ward of my father, who thought he was very liberal. And the first time a black boy came to my house to visit me, and it was just a friendly thing, but my father became transformed into this person who didn't even know himself. And he admitted it later on. He says, I can't believe I felt that way, but I started thinking about how you would be treated if you dated this guy, and how you might die, and I'm worried about your safety, because I hear the people, I know what a white person thinks about a mixed marriage or even a dating relationship. And actually I was asked to go to one of the proms or some school dance or something by a black guy, and I was told, no, under no condition can a black man and a white girl come to, and this is the school officials, and this was in the 1980s. Something I had never experienced before, and I was completely aghast. But it is still, in the States, it's still that there is, I wouldn't say protection, but there's a people understand it's wrong.
Right.
Even though they might covertly still conduct those behaviors or feel that way, or if they feel like they can get away with it without anybody seeing it, they will say the N word or curse somebody that they don't feel belongs.
Right.
All those things happen, but when I moved to the Caribbean, it was like being immersed back into slavery with the conditioning that I saw in people here. The Black people who don't like their skin, that don't like their hair, that don't like their lips. And on a personal basis, it was really hard to see a lot of people that hated themselves.
Right.
And you understand from a historical context why it is.
Right.
But you still, it's like you want to shake people and say, wait, you're beautiful. Stop doing that. Stop saying that. And don't teach your children that, for God's sake.
Yes, no, of course.
And my own daughter coming and asking me why her hair isn't good.
Right.
I'm like, what do you mean not good? It's beautiful.
Yeah.
But no, you have to braid my hair. Look at Scott's hair. It's wavy and straight. How come I don't have hair like that? I'm like, well, that's the way you were made.
Yeah.
Accept it. It's beautiful.
Right.
Thank God now she accepts it. But
it took a while.
As a 5 and 6 year old, I had stress.
Okay, so kind of bringing it back to living here, can you identify things that make you feel that you don't belong in Barbadian society, or that you do belong into Barbadian society?
I feel somewhat at home in Barbados, but I think it's also because I've chosen not to take on board a lot of these, the things that I know people think. I really just don't let them affect my life.
Right.
I live my life for me.
Right.
And for the people that are around me and know me, that's who I care about, and the opinions of society. If I really cared or tried to adapt my habits, I would be a crazy person.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have any fun in my life, and I'm not going to live like that. Some specific things I can tell you. In the Caribbean as a whole, as a white woman that doesn't speak with a Caribbean accent, the minute I go on a beach, a bar, or any environment like Oistins, or in St. Lucia, they have Gros Islet or Ancillary, I am seen as somebody that every nasty man who wants $1 from a white woman can come and accost.
Right.
And it is uncomfortable, and it makes things unpleasant. I don't want to go out by myself. Going out by myself as a white woman is totally unpleasant.
Right.
I go places where I know that the atmosphere or people that I know are going to be there. So it affects me in my socializing. Going to Accra Beach. There's a friend of mine who owns a shop, a little cafe, a vegan cafe called The Good Life.
Yeah.
That's right across from Accra Beach. A time me and Adrian were doing something. We were doing a spoken word piece, and we were discussing it. And we just started walking. We walked across the street, and actually we were just heading for the beach. The minute we crossed the highway, the kind of things that were coming out of people's mouths, I mean, you want this, you want that, you want a taxi. And it was like a constant barrage of these, here's a white woman, let me see what I can get. And it was like he wasn't even there.
Yeah.
Because, you're just another Black guy. You're probably trying to get the same thing as me. And he was like totally turned off. I was like, could we just walk back to the cafe? Because this is not conducive to any kind of creative conversation.
Right.
And those things impinge on you.
Right.
And the guy that I married, he is a Rasta man. He's younger than me. And we fit such as appearance-wise. You look at us and you see this stereotype of a white woman and a Rasta man. Everybody thinks that I'm some visitor who just picked up this guy off the street. And if you let it get you, it would be hard. And I think there were years that it was really hard for me to go into a store with my daughter. I've gone to the hospital with my daughter, and people ask me, so who are you to this girl? Because she's brown skin and I'm white, and she talks like a Caribbean child because she's always been in the Caribbean.
Right.
And I speak like whatever I speak like.
Right.
I'm kind of mixed.
Right. Yes. Yeah. There's an American accent, but with a strong Caribbean lilt.
While I feel at home in the physical environment of the Caribbean, and I have surrounded myself with friends that I feel at home with, and I think I have lived my life with integrity, so that I have made decisions that I'm not going to be a different person than who I am just for society's sake. So I think that I made my bed and I lie in it. I'm very happy here. But it isn't that I don't think about race. I'm not cognizant of how I look in the eyes of other people. But I can't, it's not like I blame them. I just wish things were different, that I
Right.
wasn't perceived as
Right.
something that I'm not.
Right.
Just because the man I'm next to has a different complexion than me, or that his hairstyle is locks and mine's straight, that a whole story is written about me every time somebody looks at me, that I can't, it would be a waste of my time and energy to try and to dispel
Right.
these notions.
Right.
But just knowing it is hard to accept
Of
sometimes.
course. Yeah. Do you consciously try to distance yourself from being read as white, or do you distance yourself from other white Barbadians or white locals? Because obviously you've crossed this border of marrying somebody of another race. So is that something that you think about?
Every now and again,
Yeah.
but really, I have always judged people on how they interact with me. I have white friends, I have black friends, I have friends that are mixed. I have lots of friends that are mixed. I have friends that it's a white mother, a white husband, or like Roger in Indies from Guyana, and Roger is a local Bayesian, white Bayesian. So they are some of my closest friends, and they have a broad group of friends that are white Bajans, and they have mixed Bajans, and they have friends who are married that are like me, that have a different race in their partnership, and we all get along fine. But I wouldn't say I stay away from white people. I find that there is a very insular white community in both Barbados and St. Lucia that is not accepting or open to people like myself, who is not part of the white Barbados name. I just like people that drop names at me. And the first thing they do when they see me as a white person, they start telling me, oh, this family member and that family member and this. And they're dropping names. I recognize them. But they don't mean anything to me, because these are not people who have ever extended the hand of friendship to me. It's not that I don't feel like they're above or below me. It's just that there's a class thing that is not welcoming or warm towards white people that are not from Barbados. It's like I'm an outsider and I should stay an outsider, and whatever you do is fine, but you're not really a Bayesian. That's the impression I get.
Is there anything that you want to talk about in terms of, I don't know if maybe you feel you've covered it already, sense of pain or humiliation because of your race, or having experienced prejudice or racism?
Okay, I have experienced people treating me in a preferential way that I did not deserve because I'm white. I've gone into a jeweler here in town, walked up to the counter, and seen the cash register, the clerk, who was talking to another customer that was in there for I don't know how much longer before me, but obviously was being dealt with, and she left that person and came over to talk to me. And I'm like, well, you can finish with that customer there. Oh, no, that doesn't matter. I turned around and I walked out. I was really offended. I've seen that happen in a lot of different places. And I told you earlier when we were talking that I've cashed a check without ID in St. Lucia. And it's just, it's like, you know, it's only because I'm white that this happened. And I don't like it. But on the other side, experiencing the hatred of somebody, not based on anything you've done, but just because you are who you are. I have been hit by a chain walking down the street in St. Lucia, like a gold chain, like somebody's necklace. Somebody just whipped me with it. When I turned around, I couldn't identify who, because I'm in a crowd of people. But it was targeted. Then I've walked down the street and been paced step by step by a person shouting at me and telling me go home and calling me all sorts of things because I'm white. And they felt like I should not be allowed in that country, that I should just leave, and that everything that is white is bad. And the abuse I got from the time I parked my car to the time I got into the office that I was going to was excruciating.
Right.
And it was a verbal attack that I felt very threatened physically. Like if I would have answered him the way I really wanted to, I would have gotten killed or hurt in some way. So I was intimidated by this man's anger.
Right.
But there's hundreds of little incidents
Right.
that are all racially motivated by hate that I've experienced since being in the Caribbean, that I can only relate to what it must feel like being a black person in the States. In situations where, like, you're a black man walking down the street, you're automatically seen as a threat.
Yeah.
And in the Caribbean, being a white woman, there's already a perception of who you are.
Yeah.
And some of it is hatred. And I can't say that I don't understand where the basis of it is. Slavery was a horrible thing, and the resultant the riches being still with a minority of whites, jobs not being available. There's a lot of resentment against whites, especially in St. Lucia, where the population is not as educated to a higher degree. It's not that there's a lot of people that don't get the opportunity to go to school because their parents are poor. They get held back, they work on the farm, or if their parents don't have enough money to send them to school, they keep them back that day, the next day, until they have money. So the children don't get the kind of education they would get here in Barbados, where people are much better educated. I see that the level of tolerance is different. Like in St. Lucia, there's much less white people. So it is not common to see anybody who lives in St. Lucia as belonging there. The white community there is very insular. They don't go out and mingle with other people. They stay very much to themselves. They socialize at each other's homes, or they have private parties at places where they're not going to get riffraff.
Right.
And black people.
Right.
Unless they are invited.
Right.
And I was never invited.
to those parties.
Only if I had a proposal to write for somebody and they wanted me to come, yes. Other than that, no. Yes.
Well, I guess maybe my last question would be to think about how do we overcome, any ideas about how we overcome prejudice, or the kind of vision that you would have for Barbados in the future.
Oh God.
Like how does that, what does that look like in terms of race, or and how are we working, or how are you working towards that, if that's something that you're interested in?
I think everybody should have some sort of interest in healing those rifts that are based in race in the past. I don't know. I think as an artist, I tend to write what I feel, or I create art what I feel, and I think that other artists do the same thing. But I think there's still a reluctance to deal directly with the subject of race, and maybe artists should start doing more of that. But then, if you're not playing on the radio just because you're being positive, imagine you want to attack the issue of race, you probably never get airplay. So it's difficult to think about. But I think that the more people interact with each other, and that was one of the things that LXP was great at, is that we integrated a lot of different artists, and because I'm also a visual artist, I've met a lot of visual artists of all different backgrounds and ethnicities, that knowing these people and just starting to do events where people are brought in that everybody has an interest in, I think that would help. I really I believe in cultural exchange.
Right.
And just like I would believe that Japanese people would know more about Barbados if they came here, or Barbadians should go over there, and everybody would win because you grow when you learn about another person's culture. It's the same way when a group of artists get together. You interact with each other, you inspire each other, you give each other ideas, there's collaborations. I think that people to people relationships is the only thing that will really change that. In the States, they have a black president who's gone through all sorts of things, but he would never call himself a black man. Or I never see him do that. He doesn't come out and say, Black America, I'm the man with you, He makes sure that he's for every person, which I understand, but at the same time, there's no voice for the Black people other than when things erupt, and usually it erupts in violence. I don't want it to be like that here. The Caribbean should never get to that point. But then, how do you begin that dynamic unless there's a group of concerned people that are willing to actually address it and think about it and talk about it, which is why it's good that you're doing this, because maybe it will spur some of those things.
Yeah.
But I really think that it's just knowing, accepting, and be tolerant of different people and what's important to them. The same way about religion and race and all these things. It's only by getting to know individuals and getting past what you see that you really find out what it really is to be a white person who's transplanted from the U.S. And lived in St. Lucia. You don't know who I am really. If you just look at me when I'm walking in the grocery store with my new husband, you're gonna have a preconceived notion, which is completely irrelevant.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Any parting comments or?
I guess the only thing I didn't really talk about was raising two children who were mixed.
Biracial. Okay.
Both of them, I think, got a better upbringing in the Caribbean than they did in the States. They would have in the States if they had grown up there. I think that even though there is a lot of very more obvious prejudice here, not even prejudice, just awareness of color, even degrees of color here that you would never hear spoken about aloud in the States. My children wouldn't have learned about brown children and red children and white children. That in St. Lucia, my children were referred to as white. They're brown. They are mixed. They are a combination. And I used to always have to tell my own children, but you're not white. You're mixed. You're special because you have everything. I think that maybe starting with school children and getting past some of those teachings that still come from the home out of ignorance, that, Black is not ugly. A lot of the younger people that I know that are artists, like in their 20s, they are playing around with natural hair. They are looking at how their appearance can be not Caucasianized, but still be seen as beautiful. And the awareness of their own beauty and their own history is becoming more prevalent, I think, in the generation of the 20s and 30s now in Black Barbados. I think they're a little bit still further behind in St. Lucia. In the States, it's all underground. It's not that it's not there. You have very, very vocal voices that stand out, but I think the majority of them are just basically laying low and not saying anything. And it's something you don't talk about outside the house. But for children like mine, I would like a society that treats them just like everybody else, or that everybody is equal. But it's very difficult when you're trying to raise a child that comes from two different cultures and still trying to instill a love for themselves from both perspectives. So I don't know how many people really deal with that in the Caribbean, because there are, maybe it's a growing number of people that are mixed. But it is not as, because typical. Our population is smaller. It's not like you have like it's not typical. Like I'm not a typical person going to the grocery store with my husband and his 3-year-old, and everybody looks at, is that her daughter? So it's I think that people have to be aware that race isn't really a choice. Exactly. You are who you are because of genetics and circumstances. And it's one of the pieces that I'm most well known for was called Who I Am. And I've had so many people walk up to me and say that they relate to that piece. And it was written from me as a white woman in a Caribbean world, and I get tired of people prejudging me because of my skin color. But I've had Black people come up and tell me, tears in their eyes, saying that piece touched them so much because people assume that they're just like every other Black person. So it isn't that prejudice is not different dependent upon who's on the receiving end. It feels just as bad no matter who it is. So if we don't all learn how to share love and compassion for everybody regardless of our exteriors, we've got a long way to go.
I think so. So,
But yeah, that's where
Good.
I would like to go with it.
okay, good. Well, thank you very much for
No
joining the
problem.
conversation. I appreciate it. I'm Annalie Davis, and this is White Creole Conversation, New Ways of Thinking About Whiteness in a Caribbean Context. And today I'm with Lennox Honeychurch, and we're going to be having a conversation about the experience of whiteness in the Caribbean. So just as I have with everyone, if you could just state your name, your age, and your profession, please.
Yeah, my name is Lennox Honeychurch. I'm 63 years old, and I'm an anthropologist, historian, and artist. And I define myself essentially as a white West Indian. We couldn't term it Creole, but white West Indian, because that is my roots and that is what I know and understand. My mother's family actually came out to the Caribbean just in the 1930s, which I think of as just yesterday. So that is another flow. But my father's family, my actual paternal great-great-grandfather came out in 1837, just after emancipation, to settle in Barbados. But his children all married into Barbadian families that had been here way back, going into the 17th century. So although Honeychurch was once a name identified with Barbados, because a number of them emigrated, and then many of the women, of course, married into other families like the Shannons, the Rowetts, the Griffiths and stuff. The name Honeychurch does not remain in Barbados except for myself.
So your mother's and father's family came from where?
My father's family came from Devon. They came from the southwestern England, and in fact there is a village in Devon that still is called Honeychurch. Now, what happened is that you found a lot of these families that came to Barbados were knew about Barbados through ports like Plymouth, but mainly Bristol. So from Devon going into Bristol and then sailing out to Barbados. I don't know why he would have come in the 1830s, but there was a move, a feeling that there were opportunities in the Caribbean immediately after emancipation. You come across this story in the story of Mr. Rochester, and in Jane Eyre, which of course Jean Rhys took up and gave a prequel to it. There was this feeling that planters were selling out, that there was compensation money, the money that was issued to planters and other slave owners in compensation for the slaves they had lost. And there were many of them that wanted to move out of the Caribbean, but had either plantations or businesses going cheap. And I think that was one of the reasons that you found arrivals in the 1830s, 1840s coming in.
And then your mother's family?
And then my mother's family, they came in 1931, 32 to Dominica, but they came like resident romantics. They were escaping from the depression and the threat which they saw. They were intellectuals, and they saw that Europe was, with the rise of the Nazis in Germany and the depression and all of this, that they wanted to get out. My grandfather, he had been in the First World War, he military cross, he had fought, he had seen terrible things. And as soon as the First World War was over, he left, like a number of people did, to go out into the Pacific as far as he could go away from this terrible experience that they had had in the First World War. And he met a lot of artists and writers in Tahiti. He ended up in Tahiti. And in fact, he met my grandmother on a boat sailing through the Pacific. And they got married, went back to England, but his mind was always on these tropical islands. And in those days, the West Indies was well connected by boats every 2 weeks to Britain. So they thought, well, let's sell everything that we have in England. Dominica was the closest that they had seen in all of the islands to Tahiti. And so they bought a piece of land on the north coast of Dominica that was very beautiful and all, and they settled. He had TB and he died soon afterwards. But my grandmother, a very dynamic woman, she became the first woman in the West Indies to be a member of parliament, to be elected to parliament. And she has a whole life of her own, which she has written in a book called Black and White Sands. It's because of the color of the sand of the beaches on their property. It was black volcanic and white, and of course this also was representative of her experience. So she wrote a lot about that, and she was a big influence on me because of her writing. But as she says, that side of the family came in fresh from England, outside, and they did not have the baggage of older white families. Now, on my father's side, particularly my grandfather, all of them had been born and brought up in Barbados. My father was born in Barbados as well, in Christchurch. My grandfather came to Dominica in 1913 to work as a manager for colored plantation owners. Now, he would not have done that in Barbados, but in Dominica, it was forested and behind God's back, and nobody was going to pay attention to any of this. But he did come with all of the Barbadian white baggage. And they were not wealthy. They lived in a little 3-room wooden house and that kind of stuff. But they felt there was an opportunity here which they didn't have in Barbados. That is an opportunity in Dominica which they did not have in Barbados. And so they came, and so they had 9 children. Half of them were born in Barbados, and the younger ones were born in Dominica. And they lived this wild life, rivers and valleys and forests and all that. But they returned to Barbados when they were 10 and 12 for their education. So my aunt, who married Frank Cullimore, she was born in Dominica, but came out here and went to Queen's College. Right. My father went to Combermere, all that. So I had this whole Barbadian background with all of the history and stories and personalities related to Barbados on one hand, and then I had this other kind of almost expatriate white, what Jean Rhys called resident romantics. She has this story, Pioneers, oh Pioneers, and she talks about these romantics who have come down to particularly to Dominica.
Okay. Do you identify with the term white Creole?
I identify with it maybe on an intellectual sense, but I see myself more as this term white West Indian. Creole, yes, because I was born in the Caribbean, and all of my influences, all of my thought processes are tied within this mix. And also the fact is that in a place like Dominica with a very small white minority, I mean literally, you could count the whites born in Dominica or the so-called whites born in Dominica on your 2 hands. I mean, there were no more than maybe 10 or so. And the power brokers in a place like Dominica or Grenada or St. Lucia, in many cases, were the people of color, what they call the Grand Mulats, the mulatto elite. Those were the people that my grandfather were working for. They had masses of land, they had money, they were the traders and commercial sector. And that, of course, made, and using the term, colored me different, because being brought up under those circumstances was very different from if I had been born and brought up in Barbados, where I think it would be more tracked to the color. It was there more class. So yes, you went to children's birthday parties, you went to school with children, you all of this, who were elites, but they were colored elites. And then the thing is, as a child, when everybody in authority around you was black, your teachers, your policemen, your nurse, the people who brought you up were all black. So, and of course, in a place like Dominica, there was not this rank division between the great house and the village. We were always flowing in and out of the village. We had to go to the village and get things from the shops. And my grandmother, my English grandmother, she believed that we should learn about not just book learning, just school, but we should understand how people lived, and we should enjoy and be part of the nature of the place. So she used to get people to take me like fishermen. I mean, 12 years old, 10 years old, I'd go way out, could hardly see Dominica, see Martinique, Guadeloupe, to go fishing, you know? So, and then hunting and going up the rivers and catching crayfish and all of this. We were just sent out with these villagers to go and do this so that we would learn all of these other things. And sure enough, I mean, it affected my whole life. It held me in good stead. Because, and I suppose that's why I moved into history and anthropology, because things that have died in the islands in terms of life, ways of culture and all that, I experience and I remember and I record.
So would that experience of being more integrated as a white person into the larger society would have been typical in Dominica for white West Indians like yourself, or no?
Yes, it would have been typical, and in fact people have written about it. I mean, in Jean Rees, she writes every so often about it, and mixing with the workers and the cook, for instance. Christophine in the Wide Sargasso Sea is a real person. These people are real people who she experienced with. However, an interesting kind of mental twist for me was that at the age of 10, I was sent as a boarder to lodge school in Barbados. I arrived in Barbados. I had never seen so many white people before. It was a completely different clique,
right?
A different perspective. I had to come to terms with this thing.
So how did you feel differently there, or how did did your sense of being a white West Indian shift at all, or what was the transition?
Well, the thing is, I just had to understand it was a new perspective. I had been told when I left Dominica, Barbados is going to be different. So I was warned. And sure enough, when I went in 1962 actually, to the boarding establishment, a lodge school, which is entirely white, it was an interesting experience because it was not just white Bajans. Because of the boarding establishment, you had Trinidadians, St. Lucians, Kitchitians, Grenadians, throughout the Caribbean, but they were all white, and they had been sent to the lodge school to be educated and go to school. Similarly, a mile across the cane field was Codrington High School, and there were all these white girls who were from the islands. So the Barbadian experience was a shift because the relationship between people was very different. The way I related to the maids and the various black workers at lodge school, I had to be told sometimes, I remember once, I had to be told, you don't deal with people like that, you know? Like,
you were too familiar?
I was too familiar, you know?
So you noticed then that Barbadian society in that way was much more racially segmented than Dominica would have been.
I have written about it in a BIM magazine article about my aunt marrying Frank Cullimore. And I call it the House of Two Islands because it's Woodville, Chelsea Road, where I spent a lot of time, but where my aunt married my uncle. And my uncle was a Barbadian school teacher, a very liberal, open man. But here was this young girl who came from Dominica, and she had to go through all of this cultural reshift because she has had the same Dominica experience I had, and then she had to come here, you know. And they were not wealthy people, and so they had to deal with this little balancing act, where my grandmother, that is my Trinidadian Bajan grandmother, when she couldn't afford a house of a large high rent, and then they said, oh well, there is a house down in King Street or something, and she said, but I could never go there because they had been mistaken for a poor white. So she and others guided her that if you went anywhere north of the Esplanade, Beccles Road, you would be considered a poor white. But if you stayed in Hastings and Worthing, even if it was a little house, you would be more accepted. And so she found some very small 2-bedroom house somewhere up in the back of Darrell's Road, Hastings Main Road. And that's where they lived until they moved to Woodville, Chelsea Road. So you had all these funny little tricks, which were not only related to color, but they were related to class, particularly this question of poor whites. So the poor white issue then came into play. So whereas in Dominica it was a matter of the mulatto elite, the colored elite, who were heavily Roman Catholic and all that, we were Protestant Anglican, we were white, although in the Bajan history we had mix, but this was something that was a new thing in Barbados, to have to deal with the question of poor whites, because some of our ancestors had married into the poor whites.
So when you, assumably, I would assume that you would have gone back to Dominica for holidays.
Yes.
Would your family have discussed issues around race? So while you're reckoning with this situation, when you went home, were there conversations about race at all? Like, were you able to?
Yes, there were conversations about race. But you see, my maternal grandmother, and in fact my parents, from the very beginning, from before I could understand anything, they said you must respect everybody. There was never a thing about white people versus black people and so on. So you must respect everybody, just as everybody has some information to give you, they have some knowledge. You must not treat the servants, as they were called then, in a disrespectful manner, that kind of thing. And of course, we were going to schools when our whole primary school, there was not a white teacher in sight. They were all black teachers. Mm-hmm. So discipline and everything that was instituted on us was instituted by black people. So it was very different from going to some of the schools that my cousins went to here in Barbados, where the teachers were white, particularly the kind of nursery school situation.
Right.
So, but there was always this sort of, as you're growing up, as I would think applies to any white Creole, any white West Indian, you are conscious of all the different nuances as you're growing up. It's not as if you're growing up in a white suburb in the US or in England or wherever, in New Zealand, where it was like a simple trajectory. You as from before you started working out your own life, 4, 5 years old, you're taking into account all of these various nuances depending. Mm-hmm. And I come back both to two white Dominican writers, Jean Rees and Phyllis Chandolfree, in her book The Orchid House, where it is clear that these children are having to deal with all of this at this young age, with or without their parents' guidance.
And then you went to tertiary school, to university.
That's right.
Where was that?
I went to Oxford in England, but that was quite later. I went to, when I left school, left Lodge. I went, after couple of years in Dominica, I then went to a speech drama school in England because I was working in the radio in Dominica at that time, and this was an opportunity for learning about programs and presentation and whatever. And I went to England, so I had that British experience, but there again, you see.
Were you read as white in England?
In England, I was read as white, except the fact I came from the West Indies. When I went to rent my first bedsit in Crouch End, North London, I was accepted, yes, signed the thing. And then in the afternoon, this woman who was in charge came back, and she said, my boss has asked me to ask you if you all are black. My sister was there with me and myself. Are you all black? So we looked at each other and we said, no. And then she said, well, why you come from the West Indies? You're born in West Indies? I said, yes, but the West Indies has many more people than black people. You here in England, you identify black people with the West Indies, but there are white people in the West Indies as well. Because obviously, and this is 1972, her boss had basically asked her to come and double check because it was obvious that he didn't approve of black people renting these rooms to black people.
And the question was, had he seen you?
No.
It was just he knew you were coming
Yes.
from Dominica.
Well, from the West Indies
the
generally,
West Indies.
they didn't know where Dominica was,
Right.
but she was working for him. So he hadn't seen us, she had seen us, but she was sent to make sure. Well, we just said, well, this is who we are. I mean, it was a most peculiar thing. And then later on, when I went back and worked in Dominica for many years and did radio work and politics and whatever, and I went back as a mature student to Oxford University, and I went and did lectures in various places on Caribbean matters, I would note a disappointment among students. I remember going to University of Birmingham to talk about Jean Rees, and all these sort of trendy lefty students were there, and they were very, very disappointed that I was a white person. I had to go through this whole explanation for them. They expected some West Indian person from Dominica, where Jean Rees comes from, was going to come and give them a talk. And they were very taken aback. In fact, they started making comments about, how can you judge this issue because you are... I said, but, Jean Rees herself, Jean Rees and I had exactly the same experience because her father came from Wales and he was a white person, came straight out from Wales. And her mother, just like my father's family, went way back into Caribbean history. So who you're looking at and who you're talking to is a person who reflects exactly what you want to find out about. Anyway, that's the kind of thing that happened. And then every so often, because of kind of my mid-Caribbean accent, my father's mother was from San Fernando in Trinidad. My mother was from England. And all of this mix of coming down Barbados, my voice, my accent turned out like some mid-Caribbean accent where many people think I'm a Trinidadian. But in England, it sounds Welsh. So inevitably people would say, well, if you come from the West Indies, why do you speak with a Welsh accent?
And what was your... so you were generally read as white, though, in the UK. Yes. And how did your experience of being white, did it feel different being in a country where you were part of the majority as opposed to part of the minority?
Yes, because then, in one way, it just took a whole load off my shoulders. And it made me understand why a lot of white West Indians from the independence period in the 60s and 70s, including some of my own relatives, emigrated to places like New Zealand, Australia, Canada, wherever, simply because they didn't have to carry that baggage. Because really, in living here, from the time you wake up and you go and you go and live your life, you are consciously doing a choreography because of that you have got to perform this way and you've got to be careful about this and that and so. So when, as I did, go to a place where there was a white majority, where, except for university where I was with a lot of black West Indians, I didn't have to perform this choreography. It was just simple, straightforward. And that's one of the challenges of being a white West Indian. You're consciously aware of this history, I think it is Isaiah, the sins of the fathers fall upon the fourth and fifth generation. And you are constantly, at least I am, but then maybe I often wonder when I think of it, maybe I am too sensitive, and that there are a lot of rough and ready white West Indians who don't think of it one way or the other and just go through their lives and deal with it, particularly here in Barbados. But I am always, and as a historian, always conscious of this past that I carry with me. And sometimes I feel black people react to me if they don't know who I am and all that. They react to me in that way because they see what they see in front of them is a white person. Now, there is another element that is coming into play with the white experience now, which was not there even 20 years ago. And that is the effect of the social media and technology on the perception of the Black West Indian, because now they are reading their relationship with white people through what they see coming out of the United States. So you have this contentious relationship between white America and African American America, and you see it on all the memes and the apps and the things that are, and the comments that are put on things like Facebook and whatever. And now the generation that has been growing up over the last 20 years or 15 or even 10 are quickly reading it all through that lens. So whereas I was in politics in the 70s and hardly ever, and there again it's in Dominica, so hardly ever was I seen as a white person in that political party. I was Lennox Honeychurch. They knew my background, and so it was not an issue. My grandmother, a white woman even from England, she was elected like about 4 times repetitively. She served 14 years in Parliament. Phyllis Allfrey, white West Indian, she in Dominica founded the first political party. She was leader of the political party. She received the most votes in a general election in 1958, more than any other candidate. She was the Minister of Labour and Social Services in the short-lived Federation of the West Indies. At that time, in that period, you were more judged for what you were. Now, reading it through this very contentious, paranoid lens of the relationship between whites and African Americans in the United States, I think that it is making the relationship between white West Indians and the general mass, I'm not talking about the intelligentsia and the intellectual mass of the Caribbean, it is giving it another edge. It is making it a little more difficult because it is being seen as that. So now sometimes I've given up even commenting on things now because like when there's a discussion on social media, particularly on Facebook, where I use my Facebook page for information, historical information. But if ever I get into commenting on some issue, immediately this United States attitude slips in. And I am judged not by what I have said or the comments that I have made, but I am judged because I'm a white person. Or you shouldn't listen to that person because. And these are young Caribbean people who are talking, you see, and they are being influenced by, as you say, they're looking through the lens that has been provided for them on the internet by the social media that's coming out of the United States. And we know how contentious this whole thing has become.
Okay, so bearing that in mind, can you talk about things that make you feel as though you belong? Or I mean, I guess in some ways that makes you feel maybe that you don't belong. That kind of questioning of your right to speak.
I'm determined I belong.
Okay.
Once again, it's history. I mean, you know, the facts of history. You have your indigenous people. I've done a great deal of work and study on indigenous people, and I am fully aware of the history of the place and the arrival of Europeans here. But, you know, when you can trace your family, even through marriages and all that, back to the 17th century, you know, there is no reason to let people make you believe that you don't belong. Because your presence here is just as valid as any other ethnic group, you know. And I am one of those, of course, that always see. I say, you know, the race is Homo sapiens. It's an ethnic group. It's a cultural thing. And when I make a comment, I'm not making it because, you know, it on a racial basis. I'm making it on a cultural basis because culture is the experience from which you have come. And certain people are going to behave and think a certain way because of the cultural experience through which they have come. So
Right.
I firmly believe if you want to use your rights, my rights, I have just as much right to be here as any other person who has their foothold in the Caribbean.
Right. So there's no sense of contradictory feelings about both belonging and not belonging. That's not something that enters your equation.
Because quite early on, particularly when I went to England in the 70s, I made a decision to myself. I'm a Caribbean person. I don't want to act as if I'm an English person because I'm not. Because I constantly in England had to explain myself. Where do you come from? Oh, you come from the West Indies. If you come from the West Indies, why are you white? Oh, well, and I have to tell half the history of the Caribbean to explain this. So I just decided that, I'm a Caribbean person. And that's it. That is where my roots lie. And I could create something and say, oh, yes, we're linked to Devon. But once again, as a white West Indian, you are constantly having to explain yourself away if you go and live in, Canada or the United States or England.
Do you think that it's that we should be can we escape race in the Caribbean at all? I mean, is this something that we should be working towards, or no?
Well, we should be working towards it, but because of our history, it is extremely difficult. I feel it in a way. I do all these textbooks of Caribbean schools. They were first published back in the late 70s. I've gone through 4 editions now. I've adapted and changed. I've got very complimentary reviews. They're used in schools up and down the Caribbean. But then again, I say to myself, wouldn't my life be easier if we just didn't have to deal with any of this? I know that the syllabus requires that I deal with the slave trade and I deal with the plantation system and I have a diagram of the hierarchy of the whites and the free coloreds and whatever. Am I not the cause of this? Am I not perpetuating this division? And yet the syllabus requires that you study these things. And it's like a school teacher told me in training, I think they taught maths and they said I could never study history when I was growing up because I would become a racist. The person told me I'd never study history because if I did, I would become a racist. This is a black Dominican telling me that. And in a way, I could understand, because really and truly, if you go and you get into the depths of it and you read the cases, it's okay. I have just completed a book last year it's called the Negmao, or the Fighting Maroons of Dominica, because people don't understand that our Marronage was just as dominating as the Jamaican Maroons. But when I'm researching that and I come across the kind of punishments and real breach of law and humanity and everything like that, it comes face to face with you. You cannot escape it.
So the question is, how do we teach that in the 21st century? How do we teach that so that, certain children in the classroom don't feel marginalized or awkward? How can we teach that history in a more
Well, what I try to
way?
do, as I've done in the chapters, I at the end of each chapter, I have this little section which says something to the effect of what this means today. So you study a chapter, and then, for instance, I was just reading it today because I met a history teacher who uses my book at Combermere, and she was saying how good this little section is at the end. I said, in all of these terrible things happened in slavery, more or less, and yet if this process hadn't happened, many of us would not be here. So you have to understand in those terms that we all came from different places, whether it was indentured labor, whether it was piracy, whether it was buccaneering or the terror of disease, and brutality and whatever. We have been through that, but here we are, and what we're trying to do is to create a better society. We're not, things change and have changed.
Right.
And the way I like to deal with history is looking at today and saying, look, what we're trying to understand is why things are the way they are. It's not necessarily a matter of learning dates and by rote or whatever. Look at your landscape. Why are your settlements situated there? Why are there these ruins of windmills? Why are our towns so crowded in those corners of the coast? Why is the landscape the way it is? And then we learn backwards. That's why it was there, to make it a bit better.
Have you had a sense of experiences around privilege because of your whiteness?
Oh yes, I mean that's another thing.
Conscious of that.
That's another thing that you deal with on a daily basis. I mean, I know that there are certain areas that I will go and ask a question. Take for instance, I'm doing this documentary on windmills. And sometimes if I know the owner before, I'll phone up and get permission. But I will walk up to the house, the dogs will be barking wildly on some plantation, and I will call out, and I will do it knowing that in effect there is white privilege. That because of my color, the reaction will not be as apprehensive as if I was a black person. And in fact, the little group that we travel with from CBC, every so often a thing comes up and one of them will say, Lennox, this is your turn, you go. And then if it is a village situation where we are asking directions to some lost mill that nobody quite knows about, and you have to go and ask some little old lady up in the back of a chattel house, I'll say, this is your turn, So, you just live with it and you play with it, but it is quite clear that in certain instances it does exist. In other instances it may not.
Right.
I would not necessarily, in Barbados, I would do it in Dominica, but there would be, I would not necessarily walk into a rough and ready rum shop by myself and ask for something or directions or whatever with the confidence that I would if I was going, as I mentioned, up to some big plantation and asking. Okay. So you play it there again. You see, it's what I was saying before. Daily, you walk with this other level of concentration that you have got to deal with.
Consciousness and awareness of that, yeah.
Because, let us remember, Kenneth Ramchand, when he wrote his book on West Indian literature, the chapter on white West Indians is called The Terrified Consciousness. And he talks of all the writers, whether it's Jeffrey Drayton or Jean Rhys or Philip Allfrey, whatever. This consciousness that you live with all the time. Mm-hmm. And sometimes I wrote a short story years ago when I was 15 or something. And it was in the end, the last section, about how nice it would be just to be lost in the crowd. That I would be a black person in a crowd. I just have never had that experience to be able to be in the crowd, Fairchild Street, get on a bus, get off a bus, walk in a village, and I am not identified, by the color of my skin.
Right. Do you find that you're able to socialize in an integrated kind of way?
Yes.
Do you engage?
I socialize very easily, and I adapt quite easily. I shift and adapt quite easily given any social, situation or whatever. Okay. Because once again, because of kind of the multifaceted background I have had and the experiences, I think it makes it easier that I have this kind of historical anthropological bent So I'm, in a way, I'm going into every situation as if it is some sort of academic experience, you know. But yet it's everyday living.
Right.
You know?
Are there any humorous experiences or any funny things about being white that you've experienced in the Caribbean that you can remember or want to share?
Oh, well, lots of things, you know. As I say in Dominica, participating in village affairs. I'm always participating in carnival and stuff like that. So we have all that drama. But I remember once in Dominica, because of it's a Roman Catholic country, you have these village feasts, the Feast of Fishermen, the Feast of Farmers, whatever. And there was this Feast of Fishermen where you go to the church and you have a whole procession and you go and bless the boats, the fishing boats. And then on your way back, you stop off at people's houses and so. And there is a dance called the Bel-Air, which is a very African dance with drummer. And by the time I had reached where they were dancing Bel-Air, I had a good few rums in my head. So I'm going to dance Bel-Air, fine. All these people, of course, you have the African chant and chorus and call and response going on. And I start taking off my shoes to go and dance. And the chanteuse, that is the singer that leads the chorus, she immediately clicks in and she sings. I'll sing it in Creole first. She says, Beke la katiwe soulier, wai katiwe soulier. Ikuma danser. So everybody just burst out laughing. The beke in Creole is a white person. The beke is taking off their shoes, they're going to start dancing. And then all the response was, I mean, she made this song up immediately, you know. But I mean, I would recall all kinds of other things in those relationships, you know, because there are things like, for instance, the great-great-grandfather of Honeychurch, who came to Barbados, he came out from Devon, and he was a member of the Bridgetown Club. And we're talking about 1837. He got married in 1838. And he fell in love with this colored woman. She was the daughter of a slave, but that slave was the daughter of a white person. So by the time she was a mulatto, and she used to come and wait for him outside the Bridgetown Club. And this continued happening, and then he was called by the committee, and he was told, Mr. Honeychurch, you have to make a decision. You cannot have this woman waiting outside for you, outside the club. It's bringing the club name of the club into disrepute. So you have to make a decision. You either make a decision to give up membership of the club and take the woman, or give up the woman and keep membership of the club. And he said, oh, well, I'm going to marry the woman, so I can't. So he was blackballed from the Bridgetown Club as a result, you see. So, and then, of course, there were no other marriages with any people of color. So that's how it, you know, came down, the whiteness. So in the Caribbean, it's the same thing. I know third generation people whose fathers or mothers were white people from the United States or from England or whatever, they came down. And because they continued then marrying into black people, you would never know that and I'm not going back too far, I'm just going to their great-grandmother was a white woman. And a similar thing happens. So as Bobby Morris said in a lecture quite recently, he said, you know, there are many so-called white Barbadians who have a black ancestor, stuck particularly in the 19th and 18th century and so, and you can trace all these things through. But it all depends how you approach it. I am only too happy to recall this story and to say I am related to Adelaide Thomas, who was a friend of Samuel Jackman Prescott, and her son is in Samuel Jackman Prescott's sister's will, and all this kind of stuff. But there are many people, many people, who would prefer, and particularly in the early part of the 20th century, who would write that off completely, you know.
Absolutely. And I guess finally, have you thought about what the future looks like in the Caribbean in terms of race? Like what is an ideal? I think unless we consider what the future looks like or the kind of future that we want the next generation to live in racial terms, if we don't think about it, then it won't ever become that. Mm-hmm. So can you say anything about how you envision the future in terms of race relations in the Caribbean?
Well, I think it will actually become more and more homogeneous because we are moving into a new phase of increased residency by Europeans coming down here for work or retirement, tourism industry. The tourism industry in itself, which is being adopted widespread across the Caribbean, and also investments in terms of insurance and banking and so, is creating a different kind of society from the sugar-based society. So what we inherited, those of us who were born in the 50s or 60s or 70s, were inheriting that society. I think that those persons who are being born now, whether they are truckers or workers in factories or gardeners or whatever, are increasingly dealing with multi-ethnic groups that are coming down to the islands, investing, living, working, and therefore it is going to, in a way, create a more homogeneous society by force of the marketplace. Economics will create this because everybody will have to work with each other if you're going to earn there will still be the mumble and the grumble behind the scenes for a few generations, as happens here in Barbados. What I notice is so much is tied to color. Any kind of discussion inevitably goes back to that, but it's because of that particular Barbadian experience. You go across the way just 90-something miles to St. Lucia, and there the leader of the opposition is a white so-called St. Lucian, Chastanet, and the Prime Minister, Anthony, he's a white father. You know, I mean, his surname is Anthony, but he really is Barnard. But the point of the matter is, that's the choice St. Lucians have, and that's who they're electing. And I think that more and more you will find this happening in St. Martin. The chief minister of St. Martin, just at the last election, is a Chinese European of St. Martin descent. So a Lee.
A Chinese European.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, Chinese ancestry and European, but St. Martin ancestry, European.
Right.
And you know, he's now the chief minister of St. Martin. So you increasingly will find this because of the force of circumstance. The pool of people of African descent will more or less remain the same, mm-hmm. but the arrivals of Chinese and European investment and residency will increasingly, and they come down with none of or less of the baggage to do with plantocracy and plantation and subdivision. It's going to be run by, you know, economics and investment in the marketplace.
Right. Okay.
And therefore, the whole thing is going to be changed, and it will be less, hopefully, I can see, less and less of an issue in spite of whatever will be happening on social media coming from the United States.
Okay, great. Is there anything else that you want to say?
No, not really. I mean, I made the point that I'm very firm about, and whenever it comes to an accusation that, oh, you don't belong because you're white. I mean, I fight that rigorously because, you know, the history shows that all of us, certainly not all of us are one, but it's something to aspire to.
Right. You don't belong anywhere else.
That's right.
Right.
Yes.
Good. Thank you very, very much.
Okay,
that was great.
fine. Good.
I'm Annalie Davis, and this is White Creole Conversations, New Ways of Thinking About Whiteness in a Caribbean Context. And today I'm with Nadia Willis here in Barbados at the Fresh Milk Art Platform. So Nadia, thank you so much for being willing to participate in this project. What I want to ask you to do first is to maybe define yourself in terms of race, and to ask whether you identify with the term White Creole at all.
So, Annalie, thank you for having me. Thank you for asking my opinions on these things. Let me see, how do I define myself in terms of race, class, and nationality? I would say that I am a Caribbean person of British nationality, but I think therein lies my the gamut of how I think of myself, because in truth and in fact, I find myself to be just very proud of being a Caribbean person. So my passport says British. I guess as a race, I would be Creole. I would say that the colour that I have come out puts me as a white Creole. But really, the question really is, what am I?
So you're not only British, because you have you also have Caribbean parentage.
Absolutely. My mum is Barbadian and my dad is British.
And then there's a Guyanese
Well,
connection.
we grew up in Guyana. My brother is Guyanese.
Right.
But I grew up in Guyana up until the age of about 11. So my formative years were in South America, which certainly gives me a whole different take on the word Caribbean to living here in Barbados. And fundamentally for me, I think that from the point of view of Barbadian society was my saving grace, because my experience of Guyana, and certainly as a child, there is actually no differentiation between race. It's just this lovely melange of every colour, every creed, every language. And Guyana is known as, I believe, the seven nations, or the seven people, the land of the seven peoples. So, and at school, there was no differentiation. There weren't white schools, black schools, Chinese schools, Amerindian schools. It was just this huge melange of friends.
Right. Okay. And now that you're living in Barbados and you've been back here for a number of years, do you find yourself thinking about race in general or about whiteness at all since your relocation back some years ago?
The truth is, I can't say I think about certainly when I first moved home, I can't honestly say I ever had thoughts of whiteness. It was not a topic in our home. There was not any reference to colour. Having grown up in Guyana, there was just this richness of friends, and my interest was more in the person. And certainly, if they were black, their heritage. If they were Chinese, their heritage. If they were Amerindian, their heritage. However, it wasn't a noticing of, oh my gracious me, that person is this color or that color. For me, it was this richness of culture.
Okay.
Having moved back home, I realized, even at a young age, through experiences I would have had at early school, that there was a big difference, and it was noticed. However, even inside of that, with the question you've asked me, I still didn't understand what was happening because I did not consider myself a color.
Right.
So I couldn't say I was affiliated. My friends still were a huge melange of colors, so I couldn't say, oh my gracious me, this is what I am, or that is what I am, or I am white, because as I say, I could have come out any color, really.
Right.
I could have, my hair could have been anything, my skin could have been anything. Another child later, I could have been another look, so.
Okay. So I guess then, one of the questions I have here is talking about whether we're a post-racial society. Can we escape race in the Barbadian society? Does that seem even like something we should work towards?
This question I love, Annalie, because I need to see how I can speak about this. In Barbados, I actually don't think we can escape race. I think because the whole focus in Barbados is about race. And I quite frankly think that the entire focus in Barbados is about black and white. There seems to be no in between, and so you're either black or you are white. So if you're Indian, you are black. If you're half Indian, you're black. If you are mixed white and black and you come out high brown, as they say in Barbados, because we have all these different terminologies, you are black. It seems as if unless your skin is fair and you are straight-haired, you are then white. And so everything that happens in the Barbadian society that I have experienced is very much about black and white.
Right.
And the question you asked, another question about, do I think that we can escape it? I think that runs so deeply now. I'm not sure that we even know that we can't, or we know that we can try not to, because it is so deep that you are aware in Barbadian society that when they meet you, they are grading you.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are high brown, they've graded you. They've graded you to where you live, where they think you live, how much you have in your bank account, if they can use you or not use you, can you get them into certain places. And I think we even see that on our beaches where, if you have come out fair, you are spoken of as the white woman, and guaranteed you're going to know that the guy on the beach is going to be attracted to you, not because he's attracted to anything on you, but because he believes that you either have a passport that he can have, or a house he can stay in, or you can take him to nice places.
Mm-hmm.
He is not looking for what he can actually give to you or that you can share. He is seeing it as that whole plantation connection again.
Right.
Which, in all honesty, I use that plantation terminology. I don't think that is the terminology is going on in their head, but I think it is a throw off of our history. And I think you see it in every possible arena.
Mm-hmm.
On the one hand, black Barbados is very keen to be black. White Barbados almost hides himself away in their enclaves, which you know where they are, and yet there seems to be this fight, this constant sort of fight, and a very
clearly drawn line.
And yet black Barbados, in all of their focus to be black, are still craving much of the whiteness in Barbados, much of their lifestyles, their hair, their look, their expressions. And the question really remains, why is that? Because it's the same whiteness that they really are trying to move away from.
Right.
So I use this example because this is not something that I experienced when I grew up in Guyana, because the Amerindians just want to be Amerindian. They want to share with you like the Banab and their building without nails, and the Chinese are going to share with you their cooking and their calculus and their, and the black race will show you their culture and their, kwekwe's and things like that. And then what is White Guyana? White Guyana is a melange of all of those things,
mm-hmm.
and possibly some of the plantation owners,
mm-hmm.
it's a much larger space.
Mm-hmm.
But here it is very much... we are still fighting a big white elephant that nobody really wants to speak about
mm-hmm.
and really needs to be spoken about. And so hence this project is fantastic, because it really, for everything it's going to bring up, it really allows both sides to hear stuff and to be able to say, okay, never saw it from that point of view.
Right.
Never understood it from that point of view. Maybe I can ask this question. Maybe I can't ask that
mm-hmm.
question. And so on and so forth.
Okay. So then I want to ask if you can talk about one of the most difficult conversations you've ever had around race.
To be very honest with you, I have to say, me personally, there haven't been that many, but I do have a memory of coming when I first moved from back Guyana here, and in my English literature class, I remember that I was asked to describe, we were doing a year in San Fernando, and I was asked to describe by my black English literature teacher the colour of the boy in the book. And I said that it was a coloured boy. And in that moment, she picked me up and was, brought all the attention to me. And she said to me, "What are the colour of the beads around my neck?" And I said, "They're coloured beads." She said, "Good. Is that boy coloured?" And I said, no. She said, then what color is he? And I was very clear at that young age that she wanted me to say he was a black boy. So it was clear to me then that in that moment I was very uncomfortable because I was very young, and I had just come from Guyana where there wasn't this intensity on color, and she was marking me out, and I got that. I got that it was not okay to say he was colored. I got that it was important to say that he was black, and I got that it was important to say he was black because it was very meaningful for her, and so it was almost so meaningful that she needed to embarrass me.
Right.
And put me into, and so for me that was very difficult because I had been trained, I guess, to say colored having come from Guyana because it could be any melange, any mixture. But for me that was really that I can speak about the most uncomfortable because I felt then that calling somebody black was just like pointing them out, and I just thought it was unnecessary. I didn't see that it was so important to give this young character. I'm sure he was a black guy, but he was a Trinidadian black, so he may have been a little Indian or something. But for her, it was very important. And I was young, so it was clear that she wanted me to. It was very clear she was making a point. And so I would say for me that was really the most uncomfortable. Since then, as a child, you then learn very quickly, and I realized, okay, I need to get comfortable with saying that somebody's black, white, or in between because it is necessary in Barbados. It is what is requested.
Right. Okay.
And so that was a learning curve.
Would you say that you've crossed boundaries in race or class? And when I ask that question, I'm talking about whether outside of like a professional engagement, whether we're open to loving somebody of another race, or whether we're open to families or members of our family loving somebody of another race.
So for me, I have never had a problem crossing boundaries because I have never seen them as boundaries. I've never had a boundary to cross. I am a mixed child. I am a Creole child. I have always enjoyed people in any space, class, race. And so I believe that a lot of the time I bound in without even being aware that they may have a boundary for me to cross. And so it's not something that I have ever really thought about or even think about on a day-to-day basis. My real interest is in the person. As regards loving somebody, absolutely, I can do that very easily. I have, if your spirit takes mine, you can be purple. It's not something that is going to be, for me, an issue on any level.
So you would say that you socialize in a kind of a diverse circle of friends.
I don't only socialize in a diverse circle of friends. I love it.
Right.
It is what I need to survive. It is what I need to understand myself because my interest is in the person, is in what they do, is in who they are, is in what is their mix, where they come from, where how does your mother cook, how does she sew, what does your dad do, why does he do that? That's my interest. And quite frankly, if your skin is a little orange, I'm very excited because I get to ask another question. I'm like, well, why are you orange?
Well, I asked that question because I think in Barbados it's still possible in social environments to go to a wedding, for example, that is exclusively white or exclusively black.
And so yes.
I wonder how conscious we are when we consider making relationships outside of our work environment, because the work environment tends to be quite integrated. So how conscious we are when we think about making friends. Is it something that we think of? Because I think some people don't even realize how unconscious those relationships.
Well, I like that question, and I would like to answer that in a little bit of a roundabout way, in that, again, as regards me, I have experienced those things very rarely because I try to keep myself very, very much away from those isolated incidences where you're going to end up in an all white or all black or all Indian. I unless it's like an Indian wedding which you're getting to experience something, or a kwe where I love again that melange. However, I do have a client that shared some with me, and it was a very honest sharing, and I really appreciated it, because I got that there is a part of white Barbados that actually doesn't understand that anything else goes on except their whiteness. So what she said to me was, she is a white Barbadian, has married a Scottish gentleman. He is the one that pointed out to her, what the hell goes on here, because it's not right. And she couldn't quite understand what he was saying, because he was looking at it from a bird's eye point of view, from outside of the Barbados environment. And she said, Nadia, I went away and I had a think about it, and I realized I only have white friends. I only socialize with white friends. I only go to white parties. I only have been employed by white people. She says, and yes, I know that they are black Barbadians. I just have none. I have no black Barbadians in my life, not in work, not in life, not in friends, not in our neighborhood, And I thought to myself, she spoke with absolute humility. She spoke with absolute openness and honesty. And I thought, my gosh, it was amazing to experience that, because she only did because her white Scottish husband was able to see that. So again, she even married white, but it was from an outsider that saw this.
So then that leads to the next question, which is, how do you see yourself in terms of the larger social, political, or national landscape? Because she sees herself, I guess, unconsciously, maybe, in a very particular context. I mean, do you think about how you fit into the larger national space?
Annalie, I think that I have always just seen myself as a Caribbean person, literally, in general. And I mean just a Caribbean person, whatever that is. And I think that what I'm trying to say here is, I feel that wherever we've been brought and put here, we've been brought and put here. And I believe that where we are now is very important, because whichever way you turn it, toss it, put it, we are Caribbean people, whatever color we are, black, blue, in between. So it's up to us to decide now, what is our music, what is our heritage, what is our culture, what is our food, what is our dress, what lives we live in, what do our houses look like, and not run around still imitating the cultures that put us here. I think we need to stop discussing those. Actually, as history, I think that's very important. However, I think we are Caribbean people. We can't scrape off our skin. We can't pull out our hair. There's nothing we can do. We are here, and we live actually in paradise. And we are very, very fortunate here in this little island. And I just think it's time that, obviously it's not going to happen overnight, and it's not okay just to say it's time. But we are at a stage now where we need to figure out, what does that mean to be a Caribbean person? Whatever that entails, whatever our hair looks like, whatever our skin looks like, whatever our bodies look like, we need to figure that out. We need to figure out, where are we going? How are we going to move forward as people? Because nobody ain't taking us off this rock. Do you know? We're here. We're going to stay here. And we're a bunch of very intelligent, motivated, activated, evolving people. So I think it's time. The role I play in that, I can only again say that I'm just excited at being this Caribbean person in an evolving part of the world that actually we're not locked down to anything. We have been thrown somewhere, and practically the key has been thrown away. So it's like, do whatever you all want to do. Do what you want. And it's up to us now to think, okay, great, we can do that. But what does that mean? How are we going to do that?
Yeah.
And that's, however that shows itself in our society is however I will integrate into that role.
Okay. So one of the questions I like asking is if you have had experiences around privilege. So even though you're a mixed person or a Creole, you could be red white in some spaces. And do you feel as though you have experienced privilege as a result of how you look?
As a result of how I look,
or how you're
the
seen?
Privilege of my birth?
No, I'm not thinking about privilege in terms of being a middle class person, but I'm thinking, sometimes depending on how we look, there's this idea that some people can pass for being white. even though you're mixed. And of course, there are a lot of variabilities around race. So you can be red, like in Barbados, I'm red as white, but anywhere else in the world, I'm red as Hispanic or mixed.
Absolutely.
But I have experienced privilege because of how I look and how I'm perceived here. I mean, is that something that you can relate to at all, or not really?
Annalie, the truth is, if I haven't noticed it, because I do not go in with I do not have an idea of color, so I do not go in with an expectation. So I have put myself in all sorts of situations and just had an expectation that I would get it because I want it. My heart is there. I do not go in with, oh my gosh, this is going to help me because I am this, or this is going to help me because I am that. I can't say that. I am sure it has occurred because that is exactly how our environment in Barbados is set up. However, I cannot say that I have ever once left anything saying, yeah, you got that because you were white, or you got that because you were... Can't say that.
Okay.
I can't say that honestly.
Okay.
But it is possible. It's just I have never been in with that expectation. So I come up with the excitement. Wow, I got that, and look what we're going to do.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Are there any humorous experiences that you've had around race that you can think of that you can share?
The only one was the only one I can really say that I can remember is when we were very young, my brother and I, my mum, who is Barbadians would call mulatto, would have been with us at a fair or something, and people would have immediately thought that she was the nanny because we actually look very much like our father.
Who's a white Englishman.
A white Englishman.
Right.
And the truth is, so she is on more than one occasion been thought of as the nanny when we were younger. The only other thing I can say, which I thought was quite funny, was when my brother was getting married. He and my sister-in-law had some of her friends come in, and they had only ever known my brother and my sister-in-law. And when my sister-in-law's friend's husband saw my mother for the first time, apparently he went home to his wife and said, "Oh my God, Kevin's mother is a lady of colour." And I thought that was just hysterical because obviously in his look,
yeah,
it wasn't.
It doesn't betray that fact.
No, and the truth is, this is a Canadian gentleman, and so I smiled at that. I thought to myself, I was shocked at even the statement, but I thought to myself, oh, that's interesting that you even had a concept of,
right,
of you know.
Yeah.
But other than that, I can't really say that I could think of anything on the.
Well, my last question is I'm going to ask, is what you think Barbadian society looks like in racial terms ideally? Because, you know, it's one thing to think back and to look at our history, but I'm kind of thinking about what are our ideals? How do we envision a more kind of equal space in terms of race relations? I mean, is that something that you think about? Is that something that you work towards? Or?
You know, Annalie, I think the pendulum has to swing, because if I was honest, I would have to say as quickly as I possibly can that, you know, as far as I am concerned, slavery dehumanized the black race. We're not speaking about the Irish slaves that came before them, because they were even lower than the black slaves. But it is a whole many centuries of dehumanization. So I would say that it is like being an orphan child. If you're an orphan, you really, really, really want to know who your parents are. And so I think that is something that all of the Caribbean is going through, and I think it is very necessary. In that process, we here in Barbados are quickly throwing off our British heritage, because that is seen to have been the black space of, when I say black space, I don't mean colour, I mean the horrible time of our history and evolution. And we are very rapidly embracing an American way of life, which in my opinion, really is a way that doesn't have much in the line of a culture or much to offer us from the point of view of values. When I say that, I mean things like, it's the land of the wealthy. The bigger the cars, the bigger the this, the bigger the that. When you look to Europe, you see they have a different way of looking at things. You spend what you have. You build within your means. You live within your means. The whole credit card concept. However, I'm saying this to say that we want to throw off the British because those were the people that enslaved us, and we are quickly embracing a culture that is actually going to destroy us. And yet, at the same time, the pendulum has to swing because everybody is entitled to find their own balance.
Mm-hmm.
Where that's going to go, I have no idea, but everybody has a right to find their own balance. And because the Black nation was so dehumanized, that could be a while before the pendulum swings all the way up and comes back so that we find a balance.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can't, you can't actually say when that's going to happen, and you can't stop it because they have an entitlement.
Mm-hmm.
They have a right to be angry, to be upset, to want something, to get it wrong, to get it right.
Mm-hmm.
I can only say this also as an example from when I went to South Africa just after apartheid, and Black young men were angry, and white South Africa was saying, be very careful of Black South Africa, Johannesburg in particular. And I remember thinking, as a West Indian woman, thinking, my God, I'm a mulatto, like, who am I listening to, the white South Africans or the Black South Africans? But I understood, when you went into those shanty towns and you realized they have nothing, absolutely nothing, Annalie, nothing, miles of nothing, rubbish. And then you have white South Africa that has everything. And you really are so clear that the pendulum has to swing because they have to come out, they have to deal with that anger, they have to do something with it, they have to move forward, they have to experience life, they have to... Mm-hmm. We're a little further forward because we had slavery, which I would have looked like apartheid, but seemingly we were out of apartheid and moving forward, perhaps slowly, but we are still in that pendulum swinging.
Right.
And whilst I think Mandela did it beautifully, and because he could have had a complete bloodbath in South Africa, and maybe he brought them out quicker, and the pendulum took a little less longer to swing. Mm-hmm. I think because our history has taken so long, this pendulum really has to find its way and create a balance. So, you can't actually say to anybody, we can't give you that time, because if you're saying that you're a white person, you then have to say, we took it away from you, so we need to give you the time to. And if you're saying you're a Creole, then what are you saying? Yeah. Like, what side are you on? Which side are you? This is my point. What side, as a Creole, where are you? What side are you on? So therefore, those that are in that melange need to be looking at, I'm a Caribbean person. What does that mean?
Right.
Is there a side? Should I be on a side?
Yeah.
Is it necessary for me to be on a side? Mm-hmm. Or do we have this richness of structure and an amazing island to live on that we really could be beginning to pull down the walls and seeing how we could, sort of have this integration that brings everything we know, because our brains don't change. Mm-hmm. Our feelings don't change. Our hearts don't change. All those things are the same no matter what you do. When you pull all those colors off, the blood is the same color. The nervous system is the same color. Mm-hmm. The heart beats the same way. The love is exactly the same. The hurt is exactly the same. Mm-hmm. So, I think we need to be asking ourselves, if you end up in that Creole scenario, no matter how you come out, because you could be fairer like I am, or a little darker like my mum is, like what? Because my mum would be Creole as well. She'd be from two Creole parents, but what Barbados would call high brown. Mm-hmm. I was a high brown white mix that came out looking white.
Right.
So, what side do I put myself on?
Yeah.
Do I want to be with white Barbados? Do I want to be with black Barbados? Or do I just want to be a Caribbean woman that can access all of those different spaces and love them and enjoy them and grow with them?
Right.
Because each one of those, Annalie, has something to offer, something from their own heritage to offer.
Yeah.
Just like I experienced in Guyana.
Okay.
Do you know? It's
Good.
so.
Okay. Thank you so much. Is there anything else you want to add? We're good?
No, I think
Yeah.
that
Well,
is.
thank you so much for contributing to the project.
I think I just want to end with the fact that Emily, I feel very proud of being a Caribbean woman, and that does not take away from my Britishness. It does not. I have lived in my father's country as long as I've lived in my mother's country, and therefore, who am I, really? Who am I? Am I British? Am I Barbadian? But I am very proud of being a Barbadian.
Good.
And being a Caribbean woman. I think it's very special.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much. I'm Annalie Davis, and this is White Creole Conversations, New Ways of Thinking About Whiteness in a Caribbean Context. And today I'm in conversation with Nikki Marshall, who's joining the platform to be able to contribute to ideas around whiteness in the Caribbean. So Nikki, thanks for being here. Can you just start by telling us a little bit about who you are, kind of work you're doing, thinking about defining yourself in terms of race, class, and nationality, if you identify with the term white Creole, thinking about how far you can also trace your family back on either maternal or maternal line. So just thinking about the context for how you define yourself in Barbados.
Yeah. Well, my name is Nikki Marshall. My age is 42, and I work as a pastor full-time and a counselor. I would define myself as a white middle-class Barbadian. White Creole, I've never really thought of myself as Creole. I suppose I would see Caribbean culture as Creole, so I guess within that context, yes. But that's not, I would just call myself a white person if somebody asked me. My dad has traced our family back to a pair of brothers that came over in 16 something.
Okay.
So he's gone pretty far back, and they came over from England. Yeah.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about, I'm interested in what primary and secondary school experiences are like in Barbados and how that kind of shapes a little bit of who we are and how we see ourselves. Can you talk a little bit about what your primary school experience felt like?
Primary was pretty good. I went to St. Gabriel's, which is a private primary school. So, it was fairly evenly mixed racially, and I guess more kind of middle class kids. So I felt, quite comfortable. I wouldn't say I was particularly conscious of being white there. It was when I went to secondary school that I really became conscious of, I was daily reminded that I was a white person. I went to Commonwealth, and I was the only white person that went that year in the first form. I was the only white person in all the first forms, and there was a white guy in third and one in fifth. So I was, and none of my friends from St. Gabriel's went with me. So I kind of had to start from scratch at Commonwealth, and I think that's really where a kind of a racial self-consciousness developed, both from students and from teachers. I was constantly reminded that I was white.
So how do those reminders kind of manifest themselves?
Well, anyone who didn't know my name, I was white boy. That's how I was addressed. So, and then just things that I remember, like history class, we were taught by a Rastafarian lady, and I think that she would say things like, I remember once she said, we were talking about religion, and she said, well, everyone should be able to imagine God in their own race. Right, Mr. Marshall? like just
Right.
and single me out in front of the class, that kind of thing. I remember once in the class I was just messing around with a friend of mine who's black, and we were just giving trouble. And the teacher addressed him, not me, and said, you do your work, don't mind him, he knows where his bread is buttered.
Right.
Those kinds of comments, especially coming from teachers, are difficult. And it's just a reminder that I'm not just another kid at school.
Right.
I'm viewed differently by students and by staff.
Right.
So, and I think that sense of racial self-consciousness has stuck with me to 42 years old. I don't think that's ever gone away.
Right. So how were you able to develop relationships with people in the school at all?
Yeah, I had a couple of good friends, and yeah, we're still friends to today.
Okay.
So yeah.
So it created a space where you felt as though you could belong with some people in that context, and that happened outside of school as well as within school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It did. It was weird though, because I remember the first, I made one good friend. He's black, and we became very close. But I remember the first time he came over to my house outside of school, it was very awkward. It felt very strange, and that took a while to get over. And I remember that it surprised me.
And so, was that awkwardness felt by both of you, or was it an awkwardness because it was so unusual to have a black person in your home?
I think I can't speak for him, but I think he felt a little strange too. But I think it was having some, and he was like a black person, but from like a village kind of.
Right. So from a different class as well.
Different class as well, and I think that was really what made it a little awkward.
Mm-hmm. And so, would your family obviously was open to you socializing with people from different races, so they were fine with that.
Yeah.
So I wonder if because you have a child who's in secondary school, whether the experience you had, which would probably be over 30 years ago, whether the experience you had as being a minority in the secondary school system is being mirrored by his experience.
He hasn't said anything to me, so I don't know. Certainly he went into secondary school with a lot of friends from his school, and I noticed that at St. Michael's where he's at, there are a lot more white kids than when I was at school. So, but when I see him hanging out after school and stuff, he's not really hanging out with the white kids so much. So he hasn't said anything to me. I don't know if things have been said to him.
Would you have, at his age, would you have spoken about that with your family? Would you have had the language to be able to express the way in which you were pointed out by the teachers or by the students? Is that something that you would have discussed, or you would have kept that to yourself?
I kept it to myself.
Yeah.
I hated school. I hated going. But I didn't talk to my parents about that.
Right. Yeah.
My dad was very insistent. I actually wanted to go to Foundation because that's where my friends were going. But my dad insisted I go to Common Mare because he said that I would learn to interact with people who I will have to be working with, kind of thing, like all different kinds of people.
Right.
Which I think was wise, because I think one of the things I learned too is how white people are viewed, some of the stereotypes that are placed on white people. I kind of became more aware of that too. And I think that was helpful.
And what were some of those stereotypes? Can you remember?
I think there was a general feeling that white people have a sense of entitlement, a sense of certainly wealthy. White people definitely had money. If you were white, you had money. That was just assumed. But also that you were racist and that you presumed power and authority.
Right. Okay. So coming out of that, would you say that there's a sense of any kind of interior conflict or internal conflict in Barbados as a result of race? Do you kind of grapple with ideas around, I guess there might be a schism between the way you experience the world and the way you see yourself and the way that other people were seeing you in those formative years. So does that result in any form of kind of internal conflict, or is it something that you think about?
Yeah, I think about it all the time. I feel displaced. I feel that white Barbadians are not viewed by black Barbadians as real Barbadians. And so I feel that I don't feel fully accepted by black Barbadian society, and I don't feel that not accepted and not even welcome. And so I feel as though, and I think coming out of that, I kind of feel like I'm at home and not at home at the same time, all the time. So I feel like a sort of like if I'm an expat who's lived here for many years, but doesn't ever really quite belong.
And how does that happen? Like, having left secondary school a long time ago, where does that experience play out? I mean, is it going into the bank? Is it in the supermarket? Is it, where does that sense of not belonging or not being accepted, how does that manifest itself?
Anytime I'm in a situation where there are a number of black people around, I assume I'm not welcomed or unfairly. I mean, that may not be so. It's just how I feel. I just feel this sense of being viewed as the enemy. I mean, I've heard those words being used. I remember a couple of situations. One when I was at school, where I was teasing a girl, just playing around, and she turned to me and she said, at that time Tom Adams was Prime Minister, and I guess she saw him as white. She said, we're only something along the lines of, we're only giving, don't mind Tom, we're only giving you all a break kind of thing, to be around for now kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And strangely, up till now, I went to see a doctor recently, and he's black. He was talking to a black Barbadian. He lives overseas, and I was sitting outside the office and I could hear their conversation, but they didn't know. And she was talking about a business she was in, and her competitor was white. And he said to her, well, it's good to get to know her because you have to know how the enemy thinks. Right. And it surprised me to hear that in 2000, that would have been like 2012. Mm-hmm. And then just the other day I was watching Crop Over go through, and two of the bands had the color black in, and both said this is to represent the people of Barbados, the color black. Mm-hmm. I thought, so white people aren't really Barbadians. It's interesting. It doesn't seem to go away. Right.
So I guess I'd be interested in asking, how does it go away? Like, how do we move beyond prejudice or move beyond that sense of what makes us separate? I mean, in your personal or professional life, is there any level of integration across race?
A small amount, yes. Right. A small amount. Like in the church that I'm a pastor in the living room. That church started as a small group of people meeting in a home, white people. And as the church has grown, it's grown almost exclusively with white people. Right. Which to me is just another, it just shows how Barbadian society is still so segregated. Watching Kaduma, Blue Boxcar is the white people band, So I remember reading once that, Barbadian society still mirrors the plantation in that we work together, but we play separately. And I think that's still very much true.
So how is it then, or why is it that an entity like the living room, because I'm interested, how is it that we can go to a wedding and almost everybody at that wedding is white or everybody at that wedding is black?
Mm-hmm.
How do we move beyond that position? How does the living room concern itself with issues? Like, does it want to be a more diverse space? Does it actively want to be inclusive to people of other races in Barbados? Is it something that's not even considered? It just feels so natural? Is it a safe space to worship? Like, how do we, would anybody in there want it to be an integrated space, or would that become a problem in that I guess in that community?
I find that it's wanted, but it's so hard to get there. Like I mean, we have a few black members, and they really, I think, have had to kind of push through to stick around. And I've noticed that black people will come to visit, and people will go out of their way to welcome them, but inevitably they don't come back. And I've heard some have said, well, this is a white church, I don't belong here. And some of our black members say that they also get a lot of pressure from black friends for being part of a quote unquote white church. So there's a lot of social pressure to not go to a church that is mostly white,
right,
from black people.
Right.
That idea that you don't belong there is reinforced, I think, from both sides. Certainly speaking as a leader and knowing the other leaders well, we have always wanted the living room to be more diverse. But we've just found it very difficult to get there.
So I guess I would ask, why would members want it to be more diverse, and what can you kind of aggressively do to change that? Like, how can you move to that?
I've thought about this since I was at school, like how can we move past this whole thing? The only answer I've come up with is one relationship at a time, and I can only do my part. I can only do my part on an individual basis. Certainly we talk about it, at church we talk about breaking down those racial barriers and moving beyond that. I get, but at the end of the day, people have to be willing to just do it.
Right.
And we can't force anyone to do anything. I don't even know how much it is that people are unwilling, or that people just aren't in contact with black people that much, or that intimately to say, hey, would you want to come and visit our church, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Can you talk about kind of the opposite of not feeling that you belong? Is there are there ways in which you feel that that you belong, or that you're accepted as a Barbadian? How do you feel, or do you feel, if connected at all to the idea of being a Barbadian? Does it matter?
It definitely matters. I think I feel most connected to Barbados when I'm away from Barbados. I feel a deep connection to the land, strangely, to the actual physical land. So I think I feel, though I don't feel accepted by the people, I feel a part of the actual physical land of Barbados.
Right. Yeah.
I have rocks from the East Coast in my office in a little sculpture that makes me, I just feel this connection to Barbados as a place.
Mm-hmm.
The ocean, just everything about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking over your mahogany trees, and that reminds me of primary school. I'm peeling off the little mahogany bits, and I just feel that sense of closeness to Barbados as a landscape. Yeah. So that makes me feel connected.
And why is it? What is it that creates a connection when you're out of the island?
I guess because if I'm in America, I'm clearly not American. So, and when I'm there, people, oh, your accent, or oh, where are you from? Oh, where is that? And, so then you feel like you can sort of represent your country authentically.
Right. So being in obviously being in a space where you're part of the majority racially doesn't make you feel as though you connect.
It makes me feel like I can relax because nobody notices that I'm white.
Right.
So I can just relax. And I guess growing up through music, I've surfed all my life, which is kind of a North American thing originally. And the music that I listen to, I still have a connection to American culture. And that's been strengthened with the internet and with art, because I find the art scene here is very warm, so I look overseas for inspiration. So I feel a sense of connection there as well, strangely.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I feel like I'm a bit of both in some way.
And is there something that I guess binds Barbadian society together beyond race? Is there any kind of cohesion, or is that just a kind of a myth? Is there something like a national Barbadian identity that you think many Barbadians connect to at some level, or not necessarily? Like, is there a national identity that supersedes race, where race isn't? Are there times where you may feel connected to a Barbadian or a Caribbean experience that is able to, I guess, breach the divisions of race that we're so accustomed to?
No, I feel like there are two Barbados. There's a white Barbados, there's a black Barbados. And there's sort of something in between there too. I think there's, I guess you would call it a brown Barbados, the sort of middle upper class black Barbadian that probably does not relate to, a village lifestyle either. And I think those are very different. Those groups have very different ideas about what being Barbadian is, I think.
So they exist parallel, side by side.
I think there's overlap, and there's, like if you have the concentric, these circles, there's some overlap, but yeah, I think they live side by side, they work together. We're very orderly, obviously. We're not a society that's given to class violence or anything, so things just chug along. Yeah.
So would you want to see the space differently? Like, how can we imagine a different kind of future? I mean, if we're not entirely happy with the way things are and we want something to change, what is it that we want it to change into? Like, would you want to envisage Barbadian society feels differently in terms of racial engagement? Like, what would that be like? Like, what kind of a future would you want that's different than the secondary school experience that you had, or what would you want different moving forward? What would Barbadian society look for, and how can we make that? Like, what are the steps to moving beyond prejudice? How do we actually do that?
I think the only way is meaningful interaction. I think it's when you have a close white friend, if you're black, or if you're white and you have a close black friend, it becomes more difficult to see each other in terms of stereotypes. But I think a lot of these things are reinforced from our parents and from our families, Yeah, I don't really know. That's why I say I can only go one relationship at a time. I can only train my children. I don't feel like I can fix the society. I can only fix what's directly around me.
In your immediate circle.
Yeah.
So, do you have conversations with your children at all? Is this something that you would speak about in terms of, I mean, how do we, so what is that? I guess I'm trying to figure out, what does that meaningful interaction, how does that happen? Where does it happen? Where does it begin? Like, it seems so huge, right? Which is why I think you're saying, like, I can't fix the whole problem. Obviously, none of us can. And you just deal with your immediate environment. So how do we deal with that immediate environment? Where does that conversation begin? What does that meaningful engagement look like?
Yeah. For me, it just means making the effort to build a relationship with people who I may not feel comfortable doing that with at first. For some Black people, I'm quite comfortable right off the bat. You know, it's not a big deal if we have common interests, or if we come from a similar economic background. But for other Black people who may come from different social or economic background, I think it takes more effort. I just try to build some sort of relationship.
And where can that happen most likely? I guess that either begins to happen in school for kids,
Yeah.
or it begins to happen in our workspace, which I guess is beginning to happen a little bit in the church that you're in. I mean, is that something that you would discuss with Black members of the church?
Yeah, we've talked about it.
I mean, it would be interesting to know why there's so many churches in Barbados. Why would Black Barbadians want to enter the living room and be part of a minority when it's,
They don't have to be.
Yeah, they don't have to. There's so many options. So
I guess that's why they're not there.
Right.
I guess that's why they're not there. I don't know. I mean, the only thing the living room offers that the gazillion other churches out there don't is that we organize around small groups in homes. And so we really emphasize building close relationships. And I think that's powerful in this context, because when you invite, if you're white and you have a Black person to your home, that's a big change. A lot of Black people have never been in a white person's home. And maybe the Vigilante movie was based more on some stereotypes of what a white person's home is like than actual knowledge of it, maybe. But yeah, I know Marcia's husband, Dave, when he visited one of our members' homes, he said it was the first time he'd been in a white person's home. So, and the cast of that movie, because they traveled together, had a lot of really good conversations, a lot of good open conversations about race. So I think that was healthy. But they said, it's amazing how much we assume we know about the other race based just on stereotypes.
Right. Yeah, and I think that part of what I'm trying to do in the White Creole Conversation Project is to challenge those stereotypes and to really think about ways in which we can move beyond prejudice and beyond the stereotypes, and to be more actively engaged with that. Okay. I mean, I guess maybe we've spoken a little bit about, the idea of, I guess, their contradictory feelings about both feeling that you belong or you don't belong at the same time. I mean, I don't know if there's anything else that you want to say about that.
Okay, so that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to say? No? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'm Annalie Davis, and this is White Creole Conversations, New Ways of Thinking About Whiteness in a Caribbean Context. Today I'm with Peter Lowry, who's a retired diplomat and a writer based here in Barbados. So Peter, thanks for coming out today. I want to start by asking what your experience was growing up in your family here in Barbados.
There was a racial barrier in Barbados. And this was interesting because at that time, I was born in a plantation in St. George, Jordan's. But after my father died, my family had moved to Martin Hills Road, where my grandmother had a house, right opposite where the hospital is now. And so I was surrounded by a village of black Barbadians, and I used to go and play in the village with all black Barbadians. But I'd realized once I came back home into our yard, they would not, or could not follow. Right. So I always had this peculiar double identity thing where I would go, these were my friends, I would play in the village with them, come home, whatnot.
And that was kind of implicit. Like you may not have been told that, or I don't want to assume, right?
No, nobody said.
But you just felt it.
Yeah, you felt it. It was in the atmosphere, in the cultural atmosphere.
Yes, that it was inappropriate to cross that boundary. And I guess those ideas have shifted generationally, and I'm just curious if that kind of conversation around race would have happened with your son, or is it just that your lived experience would have implied other kinds of possibilities for his interaction, or would you have consciously had conversations around race?
Well, my wife is non-white, Trini, and my son is mixed again, not white. So we've always grown up, and he's always known us as having black friends and whatnot. And he knows that the family on my side is white, and the family on my wife's side is black. And he's heard me, and he's heard me talking about race in Barbados. So we've always had a frank conversation, I think.
Right.
Now he's studying to be an anthropologist, so I think he'll understand it even better.
Okay, so it seems to me that secondary school experience in Barbados is really critical to shaping people's identities and understandings about how they interact in Barbadian society. So I'm curious to know what your secondary school experience was like here, and if that was quite different from the primary school experience.
Well, the primary school, I just went to a private school in Belleville, which was right next door to where we lived in Martin's Road. So I don't remember that very vividly, but Harrison College was interesting because I went there when we still lived in Martin's Road. And I found that I automatically gravitated towards black children, not the white children. In fact, I went through the whole school like that, and it was notorious that there was a place where practically all the white boys congregated and they hung out together and thing and whatnot. And I always stayed with the black boys who were in my form. I mean, it wasn't that I was going on my way. I just thought these were my buddy, even though I knew that when I went home, they would not be coming.
Right. So what years would this have been?
This was 1952 to 62.
Right. Okay. And do you have an idea of what was the reason that you would have separated from the white community in Harrison College?
Well, I didn't know them very. I mean, I really didn't know them particularly well. As I say, the people at home initially, because eventually we moved to Rockley Terrace, and where then it became different. But in my early years, this seemed the natural way to operate. So I moved through school operating in that way all the time, just hanging out with black boys.
And do you remember anything particular about the way in which history was taught? Do you have any recollection?
History was British history. I mean, we weren't, certainly in my age, we were not. In my day, we weren't taught Caribbean history at all.
Okay.
I mean, if any Caribbean history came into it, was an adjunct, a meaningless adjunct of British imperial history.
Okay. And then what was your tertiary level experience like?
Well, tertiary level, I went to college in England, so all my friends were, there was one Jamaican guy, another guy who were doing graduate work at the time. But most of the other guys I got to know were English.
And did you feel a natural kind of affiliation with the UK? Because this is pre-independence, right?
Yeah.
So did you feel a natural kind of connection to the UK as a person coming from the colony, as a white person going into a white majority place?
None at all.
Right.
When I arrived in England, because I went to England, England was the first time I traveled outside of Barbados, literally. And I went on a banana boat and arrived in Barry, Wales. And the whole culture to me was alien. I remember on the first morning we were staying with a friend of my mother's I was staying with a friend of my mother's in London. And I went outside, it was a mild October day. And I was looking at all these people in the street and I said, my God, I've never seen so many white people in my life. And so much so that even in London when I was walking up and down, and I saw a black face, I almost felt like running up and grabbing the person. I said, no, I can't do that. But I just felt, and the English culture, to me, it took me a while to realize they almost had a caste society, like India, that the way you spoke, what school you went to, your customs and so on really defined you or your class, less than a class system. And I found it really peculiar. And I had friends at university who took me under the wing and taught me, say, you see that boy there, he's minor public school. That one is major public school. That guy is just grammar school. That guy, you know.
So there wasn't a sense that you were taken into the arms of the mother country in a way.
I didn't feel any identity with the mother country.
Right. Okay. So can you talk then, I guess, about coming back? What has made you feel, or if you feel as though you belong or are accepted as a white Barbadian person, and where you would experience connection to Barbadian society? How does that manifest itself?
Well, I came back and I spent a short while teaching at Parkinson Comprehensive. And again, I think it was all the teachers there were black except one. There was an English guy on the staff. I used to hang out with all of them, and I was single at the time. And then I joined the diplomatic service, and spent my whole life in the public service, where it was, there were not many white Barbadians. And it was funny that when I would go to a family party and meet white Barbadians whom I knew, they would all ask me, well, you must have it rough in the public service because it surely would discriminate against you. I said, no, on the contrary, I'm doing very well. But they just had this idea that if you went in, the government was for black people. And if a white person went in the government, they'd be discriminated against, which all my 30 years in the public service, I never had any discrimination against me. Maybe I was unaware of it, but I never had it.
Right. So is there anything in particular that makes you feel that you belong? Or is there a way in which, is there some kind of identity in Barbados? Is there a national identity that supersedes racial identity? I mean, what do you feel connected to?
I feel connected to a national identity as a Barbadian. Okay. Now, every now and then I have run into things where you give somebody a bad drive and they cuss you, in racial terms. Or remember when I used to run, I used to hang out with a bunch of other runners, all of whom were black. And we'd be running somewhere and some fellow would come to the road and say, well, you're running with that white man, this kind of. But I have ignored this. I mean, I realize it's either stupidity or ignorance or whatever. So, but I just see myself as a Barbadian, and I don't see my history in ethnic terms. So I don't want to defend white history and feel, well, black Barbadians have their own history, therefore emancipation belongs to them, therefore, whereas Nelson belongs to the whites, and Parliament may have belonged to the whites, and 1937 belonged to the blacks. Why should we celebrate that? And so on. So I've always tried to argue that these are national events, and that all Barbadians, whether they're white or not, should feel emancipation as emancipation of themselves. You see, our problem is too often on both the black and white sides, we see our history in very narrow, restricted ethnic terms. So there's a black history and there's a white history. Now, maybe the black history thing is a reaction to the white history thing. I don't know. So, but I've always fought against that. And I've always, wherever in public discourse, I've always said we have one history. We don't have separate histories.
So I wonder, I'm not as, I don't know if you're, I mean, I feel I share very similar sentiments to you, but I don't know that I feel that those sentiments are widely held within the white Barbadian community.
No, I don't think so.
And I kind of wonder what accounts for those differences, you know, because it is still possible to attend events in Barbados where they're exclusively white Barbadians or exclusively black Barbadians.
Well, I think Barbadian whites tend to be fairly defensive. I think they feel that they're not welcome, and therefore there are certain places they wouldn't go because they wouldn't be welcome.
Right.
And certain events they wouldn't attend because they wouldn't be welcome. And I think there's no reason for them to feel that, but it's a defensiveness, and it's just carried on.
Right.
And you know, then some incident is sparked, and somebody comes out, some black person comes out with very racist remarks, and they say, "You see what I tell you? You see what I tell you? Believe in all this, we are all one," and the nonsense.
Right, yeah. So is it possible then, having said that, to escape race in Barbados, in our local space? No.
It will always be with us.
Right.
I think we need to talk about it. I think
Right.
every time we have an incident like the Karen Harris incident, we need to talk publicly about it. And because you can see that underneath the surface it's bubbling, and then an incident happens, and pow, it explodes. And then there's a lot of anger and whatnot. I think before the anger is there and the resentment and bitterness, that we need to sit down and talk in a civilized manner about it. So I think that's why I was fascinated by your thing. I think there's your project, because I think we need more of this. We need to talk about these issues.
Yeah. And it needs to, I mean, I've noticed that the people that are responding generally are people in the arts or people that write, people that are kind of more open-minded naturally. And so the challenge now is to get this out to a wider audience.
Well, you see, again, thinking of the defensiveness in Barbados, I think there's a feeling we should not talk about this.
Right.
Richard Holt wrote a couple of columns recently in which he said, we shouldn't be remembering slavery, and we shouldn't be remembering these things. These just bring up bitterness and things. We should think forward, as if we can pretend that our history didn't exist. No, I don't think so. And I think a lot of white Barbadians share that sense. We don't really want to discuss those days.
We talked enough about it.
We talked enough about it. Let's move forward.
Right.
But I don't think we've talked enough about it.
Right.
Obviously, it would not still be simmering under the surface.
Right.
So I think we need to get it out in the open, and we need to talk about it, hopefully in a fairly rational and calm manner.
Right. Yeah, I guess it's to find the correct platforms for that, for those conversations, and to, like, how do we actively do this? How do we move beyond prejudice? You know, where do we have those conversations?
It'd be interesting to see what a guy like T.T. Lewis, how he functioned and what were his feelings and so on.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, that would be interesting to know. Would you say that you socialize along race or class lines, or do you is it conscious, is it subconscious?
No, I mix with everyone.
Right.
I mean, when they're family events, it tends to be all white, with one or two, like my wife and a couple of other. My niece goes with a black man, and, you know, one or two people have one or two close black friends. But basically, those family events will be all white. And even if other friends are invited, they tend to be white. Mm-hmm. But my non-family events would be totally mixed.
Right. Can you share a humorous experience around whiteness?
Well, I had the unusual experience of being ultimately a Barbadian ambassador who was white, being a white ambassador in a country that was 90% black. And it started from the time I was first recruited, that the then Prime Minister, who is now dead, Fred Kozier, wrote on the file when I was recruited, he wrote to the Prime Minister, who was the Minister responsible for Foreign Affairs. He said, "We've just recruited Mr. Laurie, gave my background and so on. You will wish to note that he's white." And Errol Barham, a minute back, their permanent secretary, "I'm not in the least interested." Which I think was an honest response.
Yeah, no, that was a great response.
Then when I was being sent to my first post, which was in Ottawa, this was in 1968, I was transiting through New York, and they asked the Barbados consulate in New York to meet me and help me through the airport. But they were looking out for, they never told them I was white, so they were looking out for a black person to miss me entirely. And then once when I was an ambassador in Washington, and he was calling on the mayor of Washington, Mayor Barry at the time, and the chauffeur was black, and I and the chauffeur walked into the mayor's office, and the mayor's assistant came on and held the chauffeur's hand and said, "Welcome, Mr. Ambassador." Easy, ambassador. So there is lots of humor, I think,
right.
And I think you have to take that as part of it.
And have you noticed any shifts as somebody who was living and working in the pre-colonial and the post-colonial period? Have you noticed any shifts?
Yeah. I would say that even in the white Barbadian community, attitudes have changed a lot. I mean, I still think there's a defensiveness, but if you look at the younger generation, they're far more open. They're far more less defensive, and far more willing to participate in certain things.
Right. And I guess maybe the last question is how do we envision the future racially in kind of post-colonial islands in the Caribbean? What is an ideal? And I think it's important to ask the question, what does an ideal kind of Barbadian or Caribbean society look like in racial terms, and what can we actively do to make that shift?
Well, I don't know. I guess I'm always optimistic, so I think it will only get better. But I think the more we talk about it, the more we publicly address these issues and stop pretending that they don't exist, it is going to be better. I actually think now that in Barbados, the serious problem we have is with class, and particularly an underclass of poor people who are caught in a vicious trap. Right. And these, that is something we have to tackle. I think the race is well, I wouldn't say it's exclusively a middle class preoccupation, but a lot of the people who are concerned most about are black middle class people rather than working class people.
Right. Yeah.
But I am generally optimistic about how it will evolve, and I think that once you are honest, I mean, for example, white Barbadians' attitude to slavery is very ambivalent. Yes, it was a bad thing, but on the other hand, hey, I think my ancestors, they treated the slaves pretty well and this kind of stuff. You get this thing coming up. And so almost being ashamed to say my ancestors, whether they were literally your ancestors or not, but the white people who went before me, they couldn't have been so horrible as to uphold the system of slavery. But then again, you have to put that in the context of the time and what was acceptable and the ignorance and so on. So, but it doesn't help if white people tend to downplay slavery and not regard it as the horrible thing that it was. But I'm optimistic.
Right.
Plus, I mean, I think, to be quite honest with you, if you were to check the DNA of Barbadians, you would find very few people who are either pure black or pure white.
Exactly. Okay, is there anything else that you'd like to?
I can't think of anything.
Yeah. Okay.
This is a subject I've dealt with all my life.
Right.
What I'll do is I'll send you some columns.
Okay.
I'll go through my old column.
Okay. Great.
Stuff I've dealt with national issues, because what I've said is, the French today don't. When the French celebrate Bastille Day, it's not only the ancestors of the mob who stormed the Bastille; it's everybody. So that events in things like emancipation, 1937, so forth and so on, they should be celebrated by all.
Right, for sure. Okay.
And if somebody I think when Arthur said, somebody complained, why are there no white heroes? And Arthur said, but if you look at all those heroes, there's none that is black. All of them are of mixed blood. Why do you regard them all as black? No, that's interesting.
Right. Right. True.
And it's true, if you look at them, all of them are mixed.
Right.
Some of them more mixed than others.
Yeah.
But, I guess whoever made the remark felt there need to be a white hero.
Right, yeah. Okay.
So, now, of course, the complicating factor now is the Indian factor.
Right.
I don't know if you know, I have her email address. But she's a Muslim woman who fought against her own community. Only her brother was very helpful because they didn't want her to be educated at all. And she went to Cave Hill and did a bachelor's, and then went abroad, did a master's, and she's now working on a doctorate. But she looks at ethnicity in Barbados. She interviewed me once for her thesis.
Okay.
Hatra de Gia.
Okay.
But she would, I mean, her obviously her focus is more the Indian community.
Right.
And particularly the Muslim Indian
Right.
community.
Okay.
Because what she's saying, that they have become creolized in a way some they don't recognize, like they eat breadfruit.
Exactly.
And cocoa.
Right, exactly, yes.
And
Okay.
speaking broad as
Bajan, exactly. Yeah, I definitely. Okay, well, thank you very
All
much
right.
for that. My name is Annalie Davis. This is White Creole Conversations, New Ways of Thinking About Whiteness in a Caribbean Context. And today I am with William Abbott, who is here to share some of his opinions about the experience of whiteness in the Caribbean. So thank you, William. I wanted to start, as I start with most of the interviewees, asking how you define yourself in terms of race, class, or nationality.
I define myself as white Creole or mixed.
Okay.
It's never only one thing. I
Okay.
use both interchangeably.
Okay.
Because I also I think that being white Creole necessarily means that you are mixed somewhere along the line.
Okay.
That's how I see it.
Okay.
I was raised upper middle class. I'm currently middle class.
Okay.
And I'm Vincentian.
Okay. So I'm interested that you use the term Creole because a lot of people actually in Barbados don't normally use that term. And I kind of use that term to create space for myself. So is that a term that people use often in St. Vincent or?
No, it's actually a term I first encountered at university.
Okay.
I went to Jamaica to the University of West Indies. And that's the first time I encountered the term white Creole. And I immediately identified with it because it suggests another type of whiteness
Right.
than the metropolitan,
Right.
than the, British
Right.
whiteness.
Right.
And so I identified with
Right.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you find yourself thinking about whiteness or race in general? Is it something that occupies your mind, or is it something that interests you at all, or you're not really conscious of?
More so as an adolescent and in my early 20s, when I was trying to find my own identity. Because identity is a very mutating thing, and it's a very difficult thing to pin down. And it was something I never actually came face to face with until actually moving to Barbados at age 16 to do my A-levels.
Okay.
Because in St. Vincent, I never noticed a divide, per se. But going to school here in Barbados, it was an obvious divide on racial lines. Not just white and black, but also Indian as well.
Right.
I found there was 3 strata of race, and it was very clearly defined. And that was new for me. And so from that age, from age 16, well into my early to mid-20s, it was something that I definitely did think about a lot.
And that was a marked difference from the social space you were engaged with in St. Vincent,
Yes,
which was a
very
more
much so.
integrated space?
Much more integrated space.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you say a little bit about how you then, I guess, navigated your way through this kind of new terrain at that age? Because if those were quite divided social spaces, like how did you manage that?
I compartmentalized my friends. In fact, my mother tells a story of me calling home one night in tears because I didn't understand why my friends didn't want to hang out with each other. Because I thought they were all great. So I compartmentalized them. So I went to Sandy Bank one night with my white friends, and I go to After Dark with my black friends, and that's how it operated.
Right.
And the woman I was living with at the time once saw a photograph of me with my black friends, and she was a white Bajan. And she said, "Oh, you look like the rose among the thorns." And I think that That stuck with me up till now. I mean, I'm 39
Right.
now, and that
Right.
still is something that resonates.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe it would be interesting to ask then, maybe that's a good kind of segue into the next question, which is about experience of internal conflict, either in Barbadian or local society as a result of race. Like, how does that, I mean, that must have been a difficult thing to negotiate at that age. Would you say that you experienced conflict? And
I experienced misunderstanding and confusion. I don't know if I would call it conflict. Yeah, I don't. That's the only way I can describe it.
Right.
I would not say that I was conflicted in any way. I was disappointed, and it made me reassess. That's when I started actually assessing what it meant to be white in the Caribbean, and it made me start thinking about racism, which is something I hadn't thought about before.
And would those have those ideas that you were having would have become part of conversations with those groups of people, or was that something that was really much kept to yourself?
Very much kept to myself. I did not speak to any of these people about it at all. There was one night at Sandy Bank, I took one of my black friends to Sandy Bank, and one of my white friends came up to me and said, "Why did you bring her?" But I never engaged in discussion. I just said, "Because she's my friend." And,
Okay. So one of the questions that I've been asking a lot, and it seems to be a kind of a challenging one to answer, is what makes us feel that we belong? So how do we belong to either Vincentian or Barbadian society? How is it that we feel we connect to a national space or a home environment?
I think a lot of that has to do with other people. I think, unfortunately, a sense of belonging ideally is about where you feel comfortable, but where you feel comfortable is often dependent on other people. And it's where people make you feel comfortable.
Okay.
And it's where you feel like you are recognized as belonging. It's not it almost seems colonial to say, no, it's wherever I feel I belong. That sounds colonial. It's where I'm accepted. That's where I belong.
Right.
I'm not going to force myself into belonging someplace where I have pushed myself. But where I'm accepted, that's where I feel like I belong.
So,
and I feel that both for St. Vincent and Barbados, actually.
Right. So you feel a sense of belonging here now. You've been here for a number of years. Can you say anything about belonging through literature? I mean, that, you're engaged with Caribbean literature as a literature teacher, and not only Caribbean literature, but can you say anything about how Caribbean literature could possibly also be a space for belonging? Like, I kind of wonder if we feel we can belong through the arts, maybe, or, because I've noticed a lot of people that are responding to these conversations are themselves writers or creative people. And it seems to me as though a lot of the awkwardness around conversations about whiteness in the Caribbean can be expressed through the arts.
And has been.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think through literature and the arts, we've seen it, but we haven't seen it widespread. We've seen the Jean Rhys's,
right?
That kind of thing. Even your own work, your own early work, definitely spoke to finding a sense of belonging on a racial line. And I think one of the things that the arts can do is to legitimize people's thoughts, people's fears, people's experiences. As white Creole people, in the wider society, we are not encouraged to tell our stories as legitimate. And I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing. I actually see that more as it's an organic movement forward. There comes a time when, whether we want to admit it or not, we are the descendants of the oppressor. And there will be a time when we have to be silenced if any kind of equilibrium eventually will be reached at. Somebody has to be dominating the conversation before the conversation can be equal. And it's almost as if maybe now is our time. We're starting to come out from a time when we necessarily needed to be silent
Okay.
so that the other story could be told.
Right.
The story that was buried.
Mm-hmm.
Let that story be told. So shut up while it's being told.
Right.
Get off your pedestal. Let someone else get
Right.
up on his pedestal. And,
Right.
share.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so I don't necessarily think that silence in the arts and in literature is a bad thing.
Right.
But I do think it's changing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm beginning, what I'm noticing through people that are responding from across the region in the diaspora is that there are a lot of white Creoles who are actually addressing this in their work, maybe not overtly. And it just seems like the time is right to begin to have this conversation. And maybe that the conversation about whiteness can shift from what you're describing as a more of a colonial authoritative voice to searching for another way of speaking, I think.
Yeah. And it's a way of speaking that has to acknowledge the past
Right.
rather than ignoring it.
Right.
And I think a lot of the white Creole people that I know would prefer to ignore the past. And, we can't talk about that. In fact, within my own family, I remember trying to have this conversation once when I was in my early 20s, and it was a big family gathering. And most of my family was like, well, no, we don't want to talk about that. It's unpleasant.
Right.
And you think, well, yeah, of course it was unpleasant. It was more than unpleasant. But it happened.
Right.
And the way our society is structured today, the way you relate to other people in your society is directly as a result of the period of enslavement.
And why do you think, I mean, this I think is a common experience, but why do you think that discomfort exists? I mean, why is it so difficult to articulate it? I mean, maybe for people like yourself and myself who are in literature and we're around language or we're in expressive fields, but I mean, I remember growing up, there was never a conversation about race in my house. And it was so obvious, but I'm not sure why that was.
I can't speak for generations before mine. But I think there's a lot of, it's a guilt that's not understood. It's feeling guilty but not knowing why you feel guilty because you didn't do anything.
Right, yeah. Okay.
But even so, I mean, my grandmother was an active part of the plantocracy. That's not so long ago.
Right, right.
My father, as a small child, was an active part of the plantocracy.
Right, yeah.
That's really not that long ago.
Yeah.
So that guilt could very much be a real thing.
Yeah. So can you then talk a little bit about things that make us feel that we don't belong? I mean, is it possibly ideas about guilt or, I mean, what is it that makes, I mean, are there moments that you can recall where you felt that you didn't belong in a Caribbean space?
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the cultural expression of a Caribbean cultural expression is a black cultural expression. So that is exclusive in some ways.
So not being able to participate in that.
No, because you can participate, but you just can't be it.
Right.
You can take part, you can tag along, but you're not living it. I look at Carnival, for example, and this is different in St. Vincent than it is in Barbados. In St. Vincent, it's a lot more cohesive. I remember my first crop over, which was actually last year. That's the very first time I've ever been to crop over.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Seeing Blue Boxcar, I think it's called, coming down the road.
Yes.
And thinking to myself, I couldn't see that happening in St. Vincent.
Really?
A Caucasian band coming down the road. I was like, that's just pure white people carrying on stink. And I was like, that wouldn't happen in St. Vincent.
Right.
Like, I played Mass in St. Vincent, and it was very much an integrated thing.
Right.
In fact, I played in a band, my section was called African Solitaire, which was completely ironic and bizarre. But that's what it was. And nobody looked at you like, oh, what are you doing?
You're in the wrong band.
You're in the wrong band. No.
Right.
Because that's just how it is. But to witness this all-white, or not all-white, but almost all-white band
Right.
was a very bizarre experience for me.
Yeah. So you just used a word Caucasian.
Hmm.
So I find that's a really odd word to use.
I didn't mean it seriously.
Oh,
actually.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because I always feel uncomfortable when people refer to
I
me as
didn't
a
actually
Caucasian.
mean it seriously.
Okay. I mean, one of the questions that people have had a difficult time answering, which I'm going to throw out here, is what's one of the more difficult conversations you've ever had around race? Is there anything that you can recall that was really difficult or awkward about? No.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't see race as a difficult thing to talk about.
Okay.
I see it as at times uncomfortable, and I see it as fraught with potholes and danger, depending on who you're speaking with. But I don't see it as difficult.
Okay.
Simply because, I'm 39. It's taken me a while to get here.
Right.
And I've never had a difficult conversation about race.
Okay.
I remember when I was at university, I was in drama society, and I wrote and performed a monologue for some university function or other. Basically speaking as the white man. And it was very much, at that time, my 19-year-old self being angry and confronting and whatever. So it was like, I never forced anyone to cut cane, I never raped anybody, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But then, as I wrote it, it evolved into something else. And it ended with me saying, all I've ever done is sit and wait for the bloody maid to hurry up and bring me my lunch.
Right.
So it turned into this when I look back on it now, I was actually trying to find it before I came here.
Okay.
And I couldn't find it. Because when I look back on it now, that's how I feel about most white Creole people, is that they are blind to their own. On the one hand, they say, I don't do this. I'm not racist. I don't see color. But on the other hand, I'm totally benefiting from the fact that black people serve me every day.
Right. So,
and I see white Creole people, many of them, as oblivious
right.
to that dichotomy within themselves.
Mm-hmm. So I guess that really brings us to one of the questions, which is about privilege. And if you think about ways in which privilege operates in your life as a white Creole person in the Caribbean, is that something that you're kind of conscious of?
Very much so.
Yeah.
And I have been ever since I was a child. Even though I say St. Vincent is an integrated society, much more so than Barbados, obviously it's still not going to be as integrated as a utopia.
Right.
And I remember one incident in primary school where I hit another child, and his friends turned around to hit back and then saw it was me and said, "Oh, it's you." And there was no retaliation.
So you were protected.
Simply by the color of my skin, and
right.
I assume my social class. I think both
right.
of those things together protected me.
Yeah.
But privilege is something that I'm keenly aware of, and more so here than anywhere else.
So can you talk about that? I mean, do you see ways in which it operates in Barbados in like contemporary society now?
Going out with a black friend. My partner is black.
Mm-hmm.
Going out with him. Usually the check is passed to me.
Really?
Yeah. I have gotten fantastic service where people around me who are not white have gotten subpar service. I have witnessed that.
Okay.
And it can only be one reason.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I'm not saying that this is something that happens all the time and that this defines Bajan society, because I don't think it does, actually.
Right.
And I think that these are instances that are anomalous, but they are there all the same. Mm-hmm.
And is there also the reverse of that, where as a white Creole person, that maybe you feel that you're denied access in any way? I mean, is that something?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Conversations often happen. Most of my friends are black.
Mm-hmm.
And they often speak about white people
mm-hmm.
and make jokes and whatnot. And it actually doesn't really affect me now, but when I was much younger,
mm-hmm.
it did.
Right.
Because I thought, hello, I'm sitting right here.
Right.
White man right here.
Right.
But then there's this distinction. It's not a distinction that I think a white Creole person would make, but it's a distinction that Black Caribbean people sometimes seem to make. I was told by students, you're not white. I've been told by friends, you're not actually white. And so it's almost as if whiteness is not just about skin color. Whiteness is also about experience. It's about culture.
So they're reading you. So whiteness is kind of flexible or variable, and your being read as white or not read is because of a position that you take on something.
Perhaps.
The way you behave.
The way I act, the way I speak, maybe. I don't know.
Right. So, I mean, to me, that's an interesting thing. It kind of shows in some ways how fickle race is, and you're never quite sure how you're being read, on what level you're being read.
I remember in Jamaica, people who did not know me would assume I was American. And I had a nickname, one guy who never had a conversation with me, never met me, but every time he saw me, he called out to G.I. Joe. Every single time. And that's one of those things that has always stuck with me. Because it's definitely looking at skin color, whereas I think that race is more than the color of your skin.
Right, yeah, okay. Would you say that you've ever felt humiliation or racism or prejudice because of being a white Creole? Is that something that you feel you've ever experienced, or?
No.
I
can't say it.
Yeah, okay.
I have experienced privilege, but not discrimination.
Okay. And so you're socializing across race lines in Barbados. Do you feel that that's a very conscious choice? Because, I mean, in Barbados today, you can still go to a social event where it's 300 white people or 300 black people.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of interested in how that
Well, I'm not a very social person.
Right.
See, I'm unusual in that sense. I would never go to an event by myself.
Right.
And I made friends here, through friends mostly.
Right.
And so the first real friend I made here was black.
Right,
and
okay.
It just continued on.
It was a domino effect in there. Okay. Do you have any humorous experiences or anecdotes that relate to being white that you can...
Not really.
You can think of? Okay.
Not humorous, though.
Right, okay.
No.
All right. No humor in there. And I guess one of the things that I'm interested in talking about is not only looking at the past, but also thinking about how we possibly envision Barbadian or Vincentian or Caribbean society in racial terms. Like, how can we move beyond prejudice? How can we create a more equitable or integrated space?
The quick answer to that is to redistribute wealth immediately.
Right.
And then there you have it.
Right. Okay.
Redistribute wealth and political power. The end.
So this is
I think it's largely an economic divide. I think, particularly in Barbados, I can't speak for any other island except St. Vincent. And in St. Vincent, there's more equity economically. But particularly in Barbados, there's an economic aspect to race, I think. So I think that dismantling that is one way. I don't know. There's no easy fix.
No, of course not. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm trying to think about ways in which, if we want to change something, how do we actively do that in just really small ways? I mean,
it has to be small ways. It has to be individual. It has to be, you have a New Year's Eve party that is almost exclusively white. And you have several that are almost exclusively black. Why? Why not that party that happens New Year's Eve where it's almost exclusively white? Why not mix it up a little bit?
Right.
Things like that.
Yeah.
Even who would you look at for your friends? Who do you marry? And I think there's a lot of ingrained racism in the society. And I still think that there are many white Creole people who feel a sense of superiority. I have encountered these people. I teach at a private school. And I think that It's an attitude change. And if you're teaching your children that they're better, and that part of being better is their skin color,
Right.
and children are being taught that. There are children out there in this country who are being taught that they are better because of their skin color, and because that skin color is tied to something economic as well.
Right.
And until that changes, nothing is going to change.
Mm-hmm. Have you noticed among the kids that you teach, do issues of race come up at all? Is it something that they discuss, or does it come out in the class? Or?
It's something that they discuss mostly in jest.
Right.
And when I try to introduce it into the classroom on a serious note, it tends to be there are a minority who will engage, and who will engage critically.
Mm-hmm.
But there are also very many who would rather sweep it under the rug and not talk about it at all, and will say, why do we have to talk about this? I will say, I don't see color, and which is something I hate when people say, by the way. Because the minute you tell me you don't see color, what you're really saying is I don't see the issues surrounding race
Right.
that exist and that are very real.
Right. So that's, like this,
And
people
it
say
says
they're
that you don't see your
colorblind.
own privilege.
Right.
One of the things I wanted to make clear is that I don't think the white Creole experience is the same experience that's had by someone who is an American or an English person.
Okay.
Particularly American or even Canadian. Because although colonization operated similarly there, they're a majority. And I think there's a big difference between minority and majority when it comes to race. And there's a lot of talk right now, a lot of controversy right now, particularly in the States, on racial grounds, that I don't think is entirely, is something you can pack wholesale and bring to the Caribbean.
Right.
I think there are different dynamics. And I have a lot of friends who try and equate the Caribbean experience with the American experience, both in terms of whiteness and blackness. And I think it's two completely different experiences.
So you mean like the whole Black Lives Matter
Mm-hmm.
and these
which is
kind
something
of
I buy
issues?
into, obviously.
Yeah.
And also I do, and the concept of white privilege operates differently, I think,
Mm-hmm.
in both spaces.
Mm-hmm.
But the concept of the Black Lives Matter, I don't think that operates the same in the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think but I do see it as a very American problem.
Right.
The concept of Black Americans almost being targeted by the establishment
Mm-hmm.
and being forcibly kept down even now.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a real thing.
Right.
I don't think it operates in the Caribbean.
Yeah. And so when you travel to a place like the US or Canada, because you're part of the racial majority, I mean, how do you feel as a white person there? Do you feel connected or?
Actually slightly intimidated because I
Right.
don't identify with,
Right.
particularly white Americans. I don't identify with white Americans
Okay.
in any way at all.
Right.
I find
Yeah.
it very difficult to relate to them at some point.
Good. Well, thank you very
Okay.
much for contributing. I appreciate that.